from the Thiên Ân Performing Arts Group. This is a Vietnamese American performance group which blends traditional Vietnamese culture with modern storytelling to share the legacy of Vietnamese history through dance, music, and spoken words. Xin kính mời quý vị xem phần biểu diễn rất đặc biệt của đoàn Thiên Ân. Xin kính mời các em.
Mảnh đất hình chữ S tồn tại từ ngàn năm bằng tinh thần cuột khởi và đấu tranh chống giặc phương Bắc. The legends of con rồng cháu tiên has fostered and embraced our heroes and heroines through many generations of Lạc Long Quân and Âu Cơ children.
Này, người bạn trẻ, bạn có biết vì sao thế hệ cha ông đã liều lĩnh bằng cả mạng sống vượt biển đưa bạn đến mảnh đất này?
Here in America, we have the Statue of Liberty. Our goals and dreams can be easily achieved. Why do we have to worry about other places?
Không, phải luôn có tinh thần quảng đại. Hãy biết chia sẻ thế giới với những người khác. Một cây làm chẳng nên non, ba cây chụm lại nên hòn núi cao. We should never forget to unite for the sake of our Vietnamese people and heritage. Vì chúng ta còn có một tổ quốc.
Thank you, Thiên Ân Performing Arts. Please welcome our MCs, Mr. Nam Lộc and Kim Thoa Hoàng. Và bây giờ, xin quý vị chào đón MC Nam Lộc và cô Hoàng Kim Thoa. And now, please welcome our MC, Mr. Nam Lộc and Kim Thoa Hoàng. Và bây giờ, xin quý vị chào đón MC Nam Lộc và cô Hoàng Kim Thoa.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kim Thoa Hoàng. Tôi là Hoàng Kim Thoa.
Và tôi là Nam Lộc. Xin trân trọng kính chào toàn thể quý vị.
And let's just give a big hand again to the Thiên Ân Performing Arts performers. Thank you. Xin thành thật cảm ơn đoàn Thiên Ân rất nhiều. Ladies and gentlemen, today we'd like to welcome you to the United States ship Midway and the celebration of the 50th anniversary of Operation Frequent Wind. Today is a tribute of resilience, of hope, and of courage to honor all of those who experienced the harrowing journey through Operation Frequent Wind Rescue, to all of the new communities which welcomed them into their arms, with their struggles and survival, to finally their success stories in all of those communities across the world, and especially in the United States.
Kính thưa quý vị, chúng ta gặp nhau ngày hôm nay tại đây là để tưởng niệm 50 năm ngày đất nước của chúng ta rơi vào tay Cộng sản. Đồng thời cũng để hồi tưởng lại một chuyến ra đi tìm tự do đầy kinh hoàng và trải qua biết bao nhiêu nỗi đắng cay ngậm ngùi. Nhưng trong cuộc hành trình tìm tự do đầy máu và nước mắt đó, chúng ta đã may mắn gặp được những người ân nhân cứu vớt chúng ta và giúp đỡ chúng ta đến bến bờ tự do. Một trong những ân nhân đó chính là USS Midway, và chúng ta đang đứng ngay trên chiến hạm USS Midway ngày hôm nay. USS Midway đã trở thành một biểu tượng trong cuộc hành trình tìm tự do trong lịch sử vĩ đại nhất trong lịch sử của thế giới. Hơn 3.000 mạng sống đã được cứu thoát. Hơn 3.000 gốc cây ủ rũ đã được vun sới và đã nở rộ. Ngày hôm nay chúng ta đã nhìn thấy những hình ảnh rực rỡ đó, những thân cây rực rỡ đó cũng sẽ có mặt ở đây và là chứng nhân của lòng nhân đạo và chính phủ Hoa Kỳ và nhân dân Hoa Kỳ đã dành cho những người nạn nhân đi tìm tự do và tránh chế độ cộng sản. Kính thưa quý vị, không có gì thích hợp hơn bằng giới thiệu đến quý vị phần mở đầu chương trình ngày hôm nay của chúng tôi qua nhạc phẩm The Wonderful World với phần trình bày của nữ ca sĩ Teresa Mai. Teresa Mai là một nữ nghệ sĩ người Mỹ gốc Việt duy nhất đã từng đoạt giải Grammy, và nhạc phẩm của cô đã 4 lần được xếp hàng đầu trên bảng Billboard.
To start the pre-program, we are very honored to introduce Sangeeta Teresa Mai, who is a Vietnamese-American soprano, composer, and producer. She's a 4-time Billboard #1 artist and Grammy winner. Ladies and gentlemen, Teresa Mai with It's a wonderful world.
Good afternoon, everybody. It is such a great pleasure and honor to be here today. I chose this song, What a Wonderful World, because it is such a wonderful world. It is a blessing to be on the stage, to see all of you, our wonderful community. It is a blessing to be here today. Today I have my mom, who also came to America in 1975. And without her, my father, I wouldn't be here with you. So I see this is a wonderful world, and this song is for all of you. I see trees of green and red.
Wow! Wonderful words, wonderful song, and wonderful voice. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up to Teresa Mai.
Sangita Teresa Mai, thank you so much.
Kính thưa quý vị, để tiếp tục chương trình, chúng tôi xin hân hạnh giới thiệu với quý vị đoàn vũ Thủy Vân. Đoàn vũ Thủy Vân là một nhóm nghệ thuật người Mỹ gốc Việt và chuyên trình diễn những điệu múa truyền thống và hiện đại của Việt Nam chúng ta. Nổi tiếng với những vũ đạo sôi động và đặc biệt là bảo tồn văn hóa Việt. Đoàn vũ Thủy Vân đã trình diễn ở khắp mọi nơi để tôn vinh di sản Việt Nam.
And now we have a very special number with the Twan Dance Company. This is a renowned Vietnamese American cultural group which blends traditional with modern Vietnamese dance. They perform nationwide to contribute to the Vietnamese heritage and celebrating it all over the country. Ladies and gentlemen, Twan Dance Company.
Trong vũ điệu, khúc ca Đồng Tháp của nhạc sĩ Thu Hồ.
Thank you to the Twan Dance Company.
Và thưa quý vị, để tiếp theo chương trình, chúng tôi xin hân hạnh giới thiệu đến quý vị Trung tâm Việt Mỹ Văn Lang. Đây là một trung tâm Việt ngữ Văn Lang, là một tổ chức phi lợi nhuận với mục đích để bảo tồn và quảng bá ngôn ngữ cũng như văn hóa Việt Nam tại khu vực San Diego rộng lớn. Trung tâm đã được thành lập vào năm 1984. Văn Lang tự hào là trường dạy tiếng Việt lớn nhất và lâu đời nhất tại San Diego.
And the next performance will be by the Vanlang Center students. The Vanlang Center is a 501c3 nonprofit organization, and they have been running the longest running Vietnamese language school in San Diego, established in 1984. They are dedicated to preserving and promoting Vietnamese language and culture in the greater San Diego area. Let's welcome Vanlang Center. Trung tâm Việt ngữ Văn Lang xin kính mời. Và các em sẽ trình bày màn Trưng Nữ Vương. Xin mời các em.
Lính Nam Nguyên một triệu đèn nước ta, ba thu danh vác sân hà, một là báo phục, hai là ba vương.
Quy Anh động đến Bắc Phương, hắn sai Mã Viện lên đường tấn công, hậu Tây đua sức về vùng, nữ nhi mà trốn anh hùng được sao?
Thì bay lại ta từ nguyện làm mời cho lửa đó để bao chiến sĩ hiên ngang không chậm bước ngoài. Là sự trường tồn của dòng dõi hùng vương.
Đất nước Nam Cẩm Tú, người dân Nam anh hùng, trước đền thờ quốc tổ. Chú non sông, truyền tấn công.
Let's give a big hand to the students of the Vanlang Center.
And don't mess with the Vietnamese woman, okay?
Xin cảm ơn tất cả các em trong Trung tâm Việt ngữ Văn Lang. At this time, we'd like you all to welcome the last pre-program performers, and we do save the best for last. Ladies and gentlemen, the Ban Hợp xướng Ngàn Khơi.
Dạ vâng, thưa quý vị, Ban Hợp xướng Ngàn Khơi với rất nhiều các giọng hát cao vút và luôn luôn hợp nhau lại để có mặt trong tất cả các sinh hoạt của cộng đồng chúng ta, mang truyền thống và di sản âm nhạc cũng như văn hóa Việt Nam đi khắp mọi nơi từ nhiều năm qua. Ban Hợp xướng Ngàn Khơi hôm nay sẽ trình bày ca khúc Việt Nam của nhạc sĩ Phạm Duy. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up to Ban Hợp xướng Ngàn Khơi.
Xong rồi đến mình rất là mình nói cái này. The Ngan Khơi Choir is dedicated to preserving Vietnamese heritage through choral music, and they have performed at many community and cultural venues all over California. Let's give a big hand to Ban Hợp xướng Ngàn Khơi. Thank you.
Và kính thưa quý vị, theo lời yêu cầu của ban tổ chức, chúng tôi xin tha thiết kêu gọi sự hợp tác của quý vị. Quý vị không có thẻ báo chí, xin đừng lên phía trước chụp hình hay quay phim. Chúng ta hãy tôn trọng những khách của chúng ta đang ngồi ở bên dưới theo dõi buổi lễ quan trọng ngày hôm nay. Tất cả hình ảnh của quý vị sẽ được thâu vào trong ống kính truyền hình của ban tổ chức. Cho nên sự đi lại không có trật tự sẽ làm hình ảnh mất đẹp và mất đi ý nghĩa của ngày họp mặt hôm nay. Một lần nữa chúng tôi xin kêu gọi sự hợp tác của quý vị. Tất cả quý vị nào không có thẻ báo chí, xin đừng lên phía trước quay phim, chụp hình hay livestream. Xin cảm ơn quý vị.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our pre-program. We would like to deeply thank all of our talented performers. Thank you so much for your contributions. Let's take a 10-minute or so intermission, and our next portion of the program will begin at around 11 a.m. Thank you.
Dạ vâng, thưa quý vị, bây giờ thì chúng tôi xin phép để tạm nghỉ trong vòng 10 phút và sau đó sẽ bước vào chương trình chính thức ngày hôm nay. Xin chân thành cảm ơn toàn thể quý vị.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are going to start the program very shortly. Xin kính mời quý vị trở về chỗ ngồi để chúng tôi có thể trở lại chương trình. Xin kính mời quý vị trở về chỗ ngồi. Thành thật cảm ơn quý vị.
Một lần nữa chúng tôi xin kính mời quý vị trở lại vị trí để chúng ta bắt đầu phần chính thức của chương trình ngày hôm nay. Xin quý vị, một lần nữa xin quý vị mời quý vị cùng bước vào chỗ ngồi. Chúng tôi xin bắt đầu phần chính của chương trình trong ngày hôm nay, đặc biệt là phần chào cờ. Đây là một phần rất là quan trọng, không ai có thể đi lại trong khoảnh khắc đó, cho nên một lần nữa chúng tôi mời quý vị vào vị trí để ngồi sẵn. Chúng tôi xin bắt đầu chương trình ngay sau đây.
Before we start the presentation of colors and the formal opening of the program, you have on the stage right now the 4 MCs who have the great honor to serve as your hosts today. So at this time, we'd like all of the MCs to introduce themselves, starting with over there, Miss Lina Nguyen, then Miss Diệu Quyên, then Mr. Nam Lộc and myself.
Dạ vâng, kính thưa quý vị, một lần nữa chúng tôi là Nam Lộc, xin trân trọng kính chào toàn thể quý vị.
This is Kim Thoa Hoang. I'd like to thank you so much for being here today. Xin kính chào tất cả quý vị.
Kính thưa quý vị, chúng tôi là Diệu Quyên. Ngày hôm nay rất hân hạnh có mặt cùng với quý vị. Chúng ta tưởng niệm cũng như là ký ân 50 năm. Diệu Quyên xin trân trọng kính chào quý vị.
Yalina xin kính chào quý vị. Hello Vietnamese Americans. I am so proud to be here. I'm so happy to see all of you. Wishing you peace and love. And I hope you feel the pride that I feel looking down at all of you now.
All right, so at this time, we'll move on to the presentation of callers. And for that purpose, we'd like to ask Mr. Dinh Quang Chuột to please come up to the stage to direct the presentation of the Vietnamese Color Guards.
Và kính thưa quý vị, sau đây là lễ rước quốc và quân kỳ Hoa Kỳ cũng như Việt Nam Cộng Hòa. Chúng tôi kính mời ông Lê Quang Chuột lên để điều hành phần chào cờ ngày hôm nay.
Đinh Quang Chuột hân hoan chào đón toàn thể quý vị đã đến tham dự buổi lễ tưởng niệm quốc hận năm thứ 50. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome and thank you for your presence here to attend the commemoration day of the Black April 50. Và bây giờ kính mời toàn thể quý vị đứng lên nghiêm chỉnh hướng về kỳ đài để cử hành nghi thức khai mạc. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up to celebrate the opening ceremony. Tất cả chú ý. Nghiêm! Lễ rước quốc quân kỳ. Liên quân chào tay. Chào. Toán quốc quân kỳ tiến vào vị trí hành lễ. Liên quân phút. Lễ chào quốc kỳ quốc gia Việt Nam, the National Anthem of the Republic of Vietnam. Súng chào, bắt. Quốc ca Việt Nam Cộng Hòa bắt đầu. Thượng kỳ.
Xin mời ban hợp xướng Ngàn Khơi với quốc ca Việt Nam. Điểm súng xuống. Lễ tiễn quốc quân kỳ. Liên quân chào tay chào. Toán quốc quân kỳ rời vị trí hành lễ. We would like to thank Mr. Đinh Quang Chuột.
Liên quân phút. Thao diễn nghị nghiêm. Hàng quân danh dự rời vị trí hành lễ. Trái phải quay. Đằng trước bước.
Thank you to the Vietnamese veterans for the presentation of the Vietnamese colors.
Và sau đây sẽ là phần chào quốc kỳ Hoa Kỳ.
For the presentation of colors of the United States Color Guard, we would like to ask the Navy Medicine Readiness Training Command San Diego Color Guard to please advance. Please welcome Miss Elizabeth La, who will perform the United States National Anthem. Elizabeth La.
Thưa quý vị, cô Elizabeth La sẽ trình bày quốc ca Hoa Kỳ.
Oh, Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fights o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, love bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Color Guard, retire the colors. Thank you to the Color Guard from the Navy Medicine Readiness Training Command, San Diego. At this time, we'd like to introduce Mr. Paul Ward and Mr. Ding Quan Truett. Back on the stage, please, for the invocation. Mr. Paul Ward and Mr. Ding Quan Truett.
Kính thưa toàn thể quý vị, trong giờ phút linh thiêng của lễ tưởng niệm quốc hận năm thứ 50, chúng ta cùng tưởng nhớ đến các dân, quân, cán chính Việt Nam Cộng Hòa và các chiến sĩ đồng minh đã hy sinh trong cuộc chiến Việt Nam để bảo vệ chính nghĩa tự do của miền Nam Việt Nam. Các đồng bào đã bỏ mình trong rừng sâu, nơi biển cả để đi tìm tự do từ sau ngày giặc Cộng cưỡng chiếm miền Nam. Các quân cán chính Việt Nam Cộng Hòa và các chiến sĩ đồng minh đã hy sinh trong cuộc chiến để bảo vệ miền Nam Việt Nam. Các quân cán chính Việt Nam Cộng Hòa đã bị chết thảm trong các trại tù khổ sai của Việt Cộng. Và đặc biệt, chúng ta cùng tưởng nhớ đến cố Thiếu tướng Nguyễn Khoa Nam, cố Thiếu tướng Phạm Văn Phú, cố Chuẩn tướng Lê Văn Hưng, cố Chuẩn tướng Trần Văn Hai, cố Chuẩn tướng Lê Nguyên Vĩ, cố Đại tá Hồ Ngọc Cẩn, cố Trung tá Cảnh sát Quốc gia Nguyễn Văn Long và còn biết bao quân cán chính các cấp đã can đảm tuẫn tiết quyết không đầu hàng quân Việt Cộng trong tháng Tư đen năm 1975.
At this time, we pause to reflect upon the thousands of yellow ribbons that adorn the flight deck of the USS Midway, as we remember the more than 58,000 American men and women who paid the ultimate sacrifice for the price of freedom. Let us remember the hundreds of thousands of South Vietnamese service personnel and civilians who lost their lives in the fight for freedom. Let us remember the hundreds of thousands of South Vietnamese boat people who never made it to freedom while trying to escape to sea. Let us always remember and honor the courage, the determination, the sacrifices of these individuals for the cause of freedom. Ladies and gentlemen, a moment of silence. Thank you very much.
At this time, ladies and gentlemen, please remain at your seats and direct your attention to the large video screens to view the laying of the wreaths.
Xin quý vị hãy đứng ngay tại chỗ và chú ý lên màn hình để theo dõi lễ đặt vòng hoa.
The wreath laying will be presented by American Vietnam War veterans who are Midway volunteers and Vietnamese military veterans Su A Cầu and Nguyễn Văn Lực. Throughout history, the wreath-laying ceremony is intended to show our eternal gratitude and respect for those who have given their life in service to their country.
Trong suốt chiều dài lịch sử, nghi lễ đặt vòng hoa nhằm thể hiện lòng biết ơn và sự tôn trọng vĩnh cửu của chúng ta đối với những người đã hy sinh mạng sống để phục vụ cho quê hương, Tổ quốc. Thưa quý vị, hãy nhìn lên bầu trời để chứng kiến nghi lễ tưởng niệm những chiến sĩ, những chiến binh mất tích trong cuộc chiến.
I hope you saw our missing man fly over. Please be seated. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure and honor to introduce to you Rear Admiral Terry Craft. Rear Admiral Terry Craft was raised as the son of a Navy captain and graduated from the United States Naval Academy in 1981. He was a federal executive fellow at Harvard University Kennedy School of Government. His many, many commands include Electronic Attack Squadron 131, the USS Shreveport, the USS Ronald Reagan, the Enterprise Carrier Strike Group 12, as well as the United States Naval Forces Japan. Ladies and gentlemen, he is now the CEO of the United States USS Midway Museum. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Rear Admiral Terry Craft.
Good morning, everyone. I can't tell you how great all of you look today sitting out there on board the flight deck of this amazing museum. I just want to be one of the first to welcome you on board America's living symbol of freedom today for this very important commemoration ceremony. I'd also like to extend a special welcome to many of our distinguished guests who are down on my left. Congressman Derek Tran is here from Orange County. San Diego City Council member Ken Lee. San Diego County Supervisor Monica Montgomery Stepp. And our own Jordan Marks, who's the county assessor here in San Diego, is here. That's the political side, but it just goes on and on. You're going to hear later from retired Rear Admiral Lawrence Chambers, Midway's commanding officer during Operation Frequent Wind, and our hero on board the USS Midway. And another hero, former South Vietnamese Air Force pilot Bung Lee, who's also here with a lot of his family. You're going to hear their amazing stories here shortly. We have members of our local Navy and Marine Corps leadership on board, our distinguished friends from the Vietnamese American community, especially our own Midway board member, who has played such a key role in setting up this event, Dr. Pha Lee. Dr. Lee, please raise your hand over there. A lot of former Midway sailors, many of whom were on board during Operation Frequent Wind, and all our U.S. and South Vietnamese military veterans. I think I covered everybody. Welcome aboard. It is my great honor to kick this off this morning for our Legacy of Hope commemoration. 50 years ago today, this ship, along with 40 other U.S. Navy ships, were positioned off the coast of South Vietnam to launch the largest humanitarian operation ever undertaken in U.S. military history. Known as Operation Frequent Wind, this mission of mercy was responsible for evacuating more than 7,000 South Vietnamese citizens and American government officials out of Saigon as the North Vietnamese Army was attacking the city. It was, without question, one of the most chaotic and difficult experiences for many of those in attendance with us today. But due to the incredible bravery and courage displayed by so many South Vietnamese and equally incredible acts of kindness extended by the crew of the USS Midway, nearly 3,100 evacuees evacuated here were safely flown to Midway and to the start of their new lives of freedom in the United States. Let's all understand, those South Vietnamese who were forced to flee Saigon 50 years ago never wanted to leave. They love their country and still do, as you can clearly see here today. Yet they knew that if they stayed behind, their lives and the lives of their families would have been in great jeopardy. Coming to a new country, even with the help provided to them by the U.S. government and countless charitable organizations, was extremely difficult. A new place, a completely different culture and language, unusual foods, and separation from other family members all were significant challenges that they overcome. But through fearless determination and resilience, these new Americans and their children have not just survived, but thrived. I think you can tell that by the numbers here today. These numbers attest to that and their accomplishments over the last 50 years that have made this country even stronger. You're going to hear some amazing stories today from so many of them, and I can't hear it enough. As a former Midway aviator, I'm so proud of the selfless performance of the sailors who were serving on this ship during Operation Frequent Wind, many of them here today, 5 decades ago, as thousands of scared and traumatized South Vietnamese refugees landed on the very flight deck at the very spots that you are sitting in right now. No one trained the Midway crew for this event, but they knew instinctively what was the right thing to do. They comforted the families arriving on Midway, many with only the shirts on their backs. These sailors represented the best of what America stood for in 1975 and continues to stand for to this day. Again, thanks all of you for joining us here at Midway so that we can share and commemorate together the courage, heroism, and compassion that took place on this ship 50 years ago. Today is a great day on Midway. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rear Admiral Terry Craft.
Và kính thưa quý vị, sau đây chúng tôi xin giới thiệu cùng quý vị ông Châu Thụy. Ông Châu Thụy là chủ tịch của Bảo tàng Viện Di sản Việt Nam, là một trong những người đi đầu trong công tác bảo vệ di sản văn hóa qua công trình mà ông và các thành viên của Bảo tàng Viện Di sản Việt Nam đã và đang thực hiện. Xin quý vị cùng chúng tôi một tràng pháo tay tiếp đón ông Châu Thụy.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Châu Thụy, who is the president of the Vietnamese Heritage Museum and a leader in historical preservation in the United States for the Vietnamese American communities. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Châu Thụy.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Vietnamese Heritage Museum, I extend our deepest gratitude to the USS Midway Museum for partnering with us to co-host this historic event, commemorating the 50th anniversary of the fall of the Republic of Vietnam and Operation Frequent Wind. 50 years ago, our homeland was overtaken by the communist regime. In the aftermath, 100,000 of Vietnamese was forced to flee, leaving behind everything they knew and loved, in search of freedom, dignity, and the future for their children. Their journey was filled with peril and uncertainty. Many perished at the sea or in the jungles, but those survived carried with them a burning hope, an enduring belief in liberty. Half a century have passed, and from the ashes of war, the Vietnamese refugee community have risen with resilience and strength. Across the world, especially here in the United States, we have rebuilt our lives, preserved our identity, and pass on our children the enduring value of freedom, family, and faith. Today, we do not only remember the fall, but we honor the courage it gave rise to. We honor those who fell, those who fled, and those who welcome. The American servicemen and women who fought and sacrificed alongside of the Republic of Vietnam. The refugees who began anew in the foreign land. The citizens of this great country who opened their heart to us. We are here together because of them. Now, with your permission, I would like to speak to my fellow Vietnamese. Kính thưa quý đồng bào, xin gửi lời chào chân quý đến quý vị từ khắp nơi trên thế giới, từ các tiểu bang xa xôi trên đất Mỹ, cho đến những người con của quê hương Việt Nam. Dù khoảng cách địa lý xa xôi, nhưng tình cảm và tấm lòng của quý vị luôn gần gũi với trái tim của chúng tôi. Hôm nay, Viện Bảo tàng Di sản Người Việt vinh dự được chính thức đồng tổ chức sự kiện trọng đại này cùng Viện Bảo tàng USS Midway. Chúng tôi xin chân thành tỏ ơn chân thành đến các nhà bảo trợ, đoàn thể, giới truyền thông và hàng trăm thiện nguyện viên đã góp công sức để ngày hôm nay được thành tựu tốt đẹp. Chúng tôi xin mời tất cả các thiện nguyện viên đứng lên. Volunteer, please rise. Please give them a big round of applause. Từ năm 2016, Viện Bảo tàng Di sản Người Việt đã hoạt động với sứ mệnh gìn giữ lịch sử, văn hóa và ngôn ngữ của người Việt tị nạn. Không chỉ là nơi lưu giữ hiện vật, tư liệu mà còn là một trung tâm giáo dục. Các thế hệ mai sau hiểu được quá khứ đau thương, trân trọng tự do hiện tại và không bao giờ quên được những hy sinh của cha ông. 50 năm là một cột mốc lớn, không chỉ để tưởng niệm mà để suy gẫm và cam kết chúng ta cùng nhau nhìn lại những thành tựu đã đạt được và cùng thắp sáng một ý chí mới để tiếp tục con đường xây dựng tương lai. Một tương lai mà người Việt ở bất cứ nơi đâu sẽ cùng sống trong tự do, nhân phẩm và hòa bình. Chúng ta đã kiên cường tồn tại và phát triển trên quê hương thứ hai này. Với niềm tin đó, chúng ta không bao giờ đánh mất hy vọng, hướng về một quê hương tự do và nhân bản. Ngọn lửa đấu tranh cho dân chủ vẫn còn cháy, và chính các bạn trẻ hôm nay, những người sinh ra trong tự do, sẽ là người giữ lửa. Thế hệ trẻ sẽ là nhịp cầu nối giữa quá khứ và tương lai. Các bạn không chỉ là niềm hy vọng mà còn là những người sẽ viết tiếp trang lịch sử. Các bạn sẽ là những nhà lãnh đạo, những nhà giáo dục và những người gìn giữ văn hóa và những người dám mơ, dám làm. Chúng ta có mặt hôm nay không phải để than khóc mà để tuyên bố rằng chúng ta vẫn còn đó, rằng ký ức không thể bị xóa mờ, rằng dân tộc chúng ta dù phải xa quê hương vẫn chưa bao giờ mất đi bản sắc và khát vọng, và rằng chúng ta sẽ không ngừng đấu tranh cho một ngày mai tươi sáng hơn, không chỉ cho mình và cả cho những thế hệ chưa được sinh ra. To all who gather here today, thank you for standing with us, not only remembering the fall, but in lifting up the legacy. Let this day be more than commemoration. Let it be a renewed call to action, to preserve memory, to build bridges, to power the next generation, to carry forward our story with pride, dignity and purpose. Thank you. Xin trân trọng kính chào toàn thể quý vị.
Thank you, Mr. Châu Thuy, President of the Vietnamese Heritage Museum. Xin thành thật cảm tạ ông Châu Thuy. And now it is my privilege to introduce to you the person who is the main organizer who made this event possible today, Dr. Pha Lê. Dr. Pha Lê was born in Vietnam during the war, attended UCLA and medical school in Missouri, and is an emergency medicine physician. He is an active honor flights program volunteer and is serving now on the board of director of the USS Midway Museum.
Kính thưa quý vị, chúng tôi xin hân hạnh giới thiệu cùng quý vị một nhân vật chính trong buổi tổ chức ngày hôm nay, đó là bác sĩ Pha Lê. Vâng, thưa quý vị, bác sĩ Pha Lê là thành viên của Hội đồng Quản trị USS Midway. Xin quý vị cùng chúng tôi lắng nghe lời chia sẻ của ông sau đây.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the USS Midway Museum, America's living symbol of freedom, to commemorate this defining moment in history. Cảm ơn cộng đồng Việt Nam đã tới để giữ lễ tưởng niệm hôm nay. As I stand before you, I am grateful to be able to stand on the shoulders of heroes who have served and sacrificed so that I may have the opportunity to live my life as an American. I am a proud Vietnamese American emergency medicine physician and a member of the board of directors of this great museum. I'm also the son and the son-in-law of former South Vietnamese Naval Academy graduates and naval officers. I am the former refugee who escaped with my parents on a boat in 1982. And now, I am the proud father of a son who is attending the United States Naval Academy. So this moment cannot have more meaning than it does right here, right now. So today, I hope our team can bring you a day that gives you pride in the service to your country, a day that will help you heal your wounds, both those seen and those hidden from the world, and a day that will allow for all of us to be grateful to be part of a community that values freedom. Yes, freedom is what you fought for. Freedom is why my parents risked everything. And freedom is what allowed 125,000 Vietnamese refugees in 1975 to gain a foothold, to pursue dreams, to build and to rise into one of the most formidable communities in America. So today, over the next few hours, we aim to commemorate the heroic actions that saved thousands. We will also bring you a program that highlights courage, resilience, and hope. Our shared journey together through the past 50 years has shaped the Vietnamese American community and contributed greatly to the fabric of this wonderful country. Through this program, we hope to preserve this legacy and inspire future generations for the next 50 years and beyond. So again, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for being here to share this time with us. And now, I would like to welcome back to the podium Anh Châu Thủy and chị Kim Trang to address the Vietnamese community that have been invited here.
Hello again. Now I would like to acknowledge the organization that came together to make this event such a remarkable success. First, USS Midway, and give them a big hand. So Viện Bảo tàng USS Midway, Viện Bảo tàng Heritage Museum, Viện Bảo tàng Di sản người Việt, Vietnamese Community of San Diego, Vietnamese Historical and Cultural Performing Arts of San Diego. Where are you? Vanlang Vietnamese Center. Vietnamese American Youth Allies. Và kế đến là những nhà bảo trợ, the sponsor, Đỗ Phủ Anh Tuấn, APLC, Tổ hợp luật sư Đỗ Phủ Anh Tuấn, InnoFly, A1 Top World Product Incorporation, bác sĩ Phạm Hoàng Trung, Essential Design Innovator. And today, special recognize the VSM Major Donor, Miss Nguyễn Nghĩa. Nancy, mời chị Nghĩa đứng lên ạ. Rồi chị.
Xin kính chào toàn thể quý vị. Xin kính chào toàn thể quý vị. Chúng tôi xin được đọc tiếp danh sách của những vị không gọi là mạnh thường quân, nhưng những tấm lòng này là những tấm lòng vàng, phải nói là còn hơn mạnh thường quân nữa, thưa anh Châu Thủy. Xin phép quý vị cho chúng tôi được giới thiệu các quý vị mà anh chị em đã từng cộng tác và phải nói là bao nhiêu ngày tháng nay, kể từ tháng 9 năm ngoái cho đến bây giờ đã hết sức làm việc để cho cái buổi mà lễ tưởng niệm ngày hôm nay được thành công như thế này. Tổng cộng cái số giờ mà phải nói là trên 6.000 giờ, thưa quý vị. Tất cả chúng tôi bỏ vào đây để làm việc ngày đêm. Trước hết, chúng tôi xin được phép để nói với tiếng Anh vì có những người ngoại quốc ở đây đó. Xin phép quý vị cho tôi phép nói tiếng Anh. We would like to acknowledge people who have provided significant efforts to this event since September 2024 with more than 6,000 hours in total. I would like to have Professor Alex Thái Đình Võ please stand up. I don't know where. Maybe he's down there somewhere. Okay. And then next, Mrs. Phương Lê Nguyễn, Mr. Nhật Hồ, Miss Kiểm Đặng, Miss Thu Hà Nguyễn, Mr. Hồng Tiên Tran, Mrs. Yến, Liên đoàn Hướng đạo Vạn Kiếp, Garden Grove High School. Please give them a big a round of applause. Now, last but not least, let's give a big applause to all former soldiers of the Republic of Vietnam, Vietnam veterans of America, and each of you. Your presence here today is very meaningful. Thank you for making this 50th commemoration of the fall of the Republic of Vietnam and the anniversary of the Operation Frequent Wind a memorial event. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Kim Chang and Châu Thủy. Ladies and gentlemen, when I was forced to leave my homeland in April 28, 1975, so we would like to give back the stage to Dr. Pha, and we'll return after that. Thank you, Dr. Pha.
Thank you, An. Hello again. It is my honor at this time to pay some gratitude to so many community leaders and officials present. However, before I do that, I want to give thanks to a few people in my life. I first want to thank my parents for giving me life and for rescuing me. You see, my father was in the Navy, and after the war, he evacuated to Guam. And while in Guam, instead of going to America, he decided to go back to Vietnam to look for me. And in doing so, he had to endure 5 years of imprisonment, all to rescue me and my whole family. And so when he was released after 5 years, we escaped on a boat. So I want to give gratitude to my parents and say a few words to them. They're right over there. Cảm ơn ba mẹ đã tạo ra con, nuôi dưỡng con, rồi cứu mạng con nữa. Nếu không có tình thương của ba mẹ, sự hy sinh và sự chăm sóc của ba mẹ, thì không có thể nào con đoạt được tất cả con có ngày nay. Cảm ơn ba mẹ. And I want to thank my entire family for being here with me on this special day, but especially my wife, Dr. Joan Lay, who is also sitting over there. Joan, your love has transformed me. It has elevated me, and it continues to fuel my passion for love, life, and service. You are the wings with which I fly. Thank you so much for the past 30 years of adventures. Thank you for your love. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to do that. Now, back to the task at hand. I want to thank Admiral Craft, the CEO of the USS Midway Museum, for giving me the opportunity to chair this program. Thank you to the USS Midway Board of Directors for supporting this program. Thank you to the entire team at USS Midway Events and Marketing. You know who you are. David Coons, Commander, U.S. Navy retired. Cheryl Carlson, Vanessa Pineda, Paulette Mello, and Kwa Huang. Thank you for all your hard work and sleepless nights over the last week. I next want to thank the team at VHM for the Herculean effort to bus 1,000 people from Orange County. 17 buses had to be hired and bus our community down here to San Diego and load them onto this ship. And next, I want to address our special guests. And there are no guests more special than our Vietnam War veterans. Now, to all the Vietnam War veterans, April 30th was a dark day for the Republic of Vietnam, but it was also a dark day for you. But many of you continued to work to help the Vietnamese refugees through Operation New Life, places like Grande Island, Guam, Camp Pendleton, Fort Chaffee, Fort Indiantown Gap, and Eglin Air Force Base to ensure our safety and help us settle into this new life. Please look around. Your fight for freedom is the reasons why Vietnamese American communities exist today. Please take our achievements and our contributions to this country as a tribute to your service and sacrifice. We owe you our lives. Thank you so much for your service and sacrifice. May this help you heal. Please rise to be recognized. May I please ask all Vietnam War veterans to rise. Next, I wish to ask all the South Vietnamese veterans. More than 2,000 South Vietnamese servicemen died in the fight against the communists. Cảm ơn những chiến sĩ anh hùng đã hy sinh để dân tộc chúng ta có cơ hội để sống trong tự do. Xin quý vị cho một tràng vỗ tay lớn cho những anh hùng này. I would like to address our distinguished guests. First, our Rear Admirals in the tent. Rear Admiral Robert Nowakowski, retired Rear Admiral Roger Box could not be here due to illness. Admiral Huang Nguyen sends his regrets as well. He could not be here due to illness. In the tent is retired Rear Admiral Larry Chambers. Of course, our CEO, retired Rear Admiral Terry Craft, and retired Rear Admiral Pat McGrath. Next, our judges. We have retired Judge John Nha Trọng Nguyen, retired Judge Irma Gonzalez, the Honorable Andrew Schopler, the Honorable Charles Bell, and the Honorable Megan Wagner. Welcome the representatives from the Navy League, retired Commander, U.S. Navy, Christopher Townsend, and Mr. Kevin Button from Navy League, Pacific Southwest region. We have many elected officials here with us. We're very grateful for your presence from 3 counties, from San Diego, San Bernardino, and Orange County. We have Mayor Chi Charlie Nguyen, Mayor Helen Dung from San Bernardino, Vice Mayor James Mai from Irvine, Council Member Nam Quang Nguyen, Councilwoman Amy Phang West, Councilwoman Ariana Aresagai from Garden Grove, Councilwoman Tai Viet Phang from Santa Ana, Councilwoman Ms. Cindy Nguyen from Garden Grove, Councilwoman Janet Conklin from La Palma, and our representatives from San Diego, Councilman Kent Lee, County Supervisor Monica Montgomery Stepp, County Supervisor Don Wagner from Orange County, and Mr. Hugh Nguyen, the Orange County Clerk Recorder. Before I introduce our next speaker, I want to also acknowledge a few very important individuals. My friend, retired Colonel Jeff Janasek, CEO of InnoFlight, and his wife, Ms. Wendy Janasek, donated $10,000 to our cause. Dr. John Saito and his wife, Dr. Christine Tran, donated money to make the replica of the Vietnam War Memorial from Orange County. You can see it right over here at our altar. Thank you. We have 5 of San Diego's finest here: police officers, Deputy Chief Rudy Tai, Captain Carissa Doherty Edwards, Lieutenant Cesar Jimenez, Sergeant Lem Sansagoy, and Officer Omar Ruzuriega. We also have here with us Mr. Tony Lam, the first Vietnamese American elected to public office. I want to acknowledge the men and women of VA USA. Thank you for your continued support, and many of them have traveled here from the East Coast. So I want the members of VA USA to rise. Last but not least, I want to thank Ms. Roxanne Chow. She co-chaired the event 10 years ago that I attended with my little sons, and because of that event, that is why I wanted to become part of the USS Midway Museum. So I want to thank her for a huge effort 10 years ago, and she's continued to partner with me this year to make this a successful event. And I have the pleasure of introducing our next speaker. He's a new friend of mine, Congressman Derek Tran. Born in Los Angeles in 1980, Congressman Chung and I both grew up in a small immigrant town called San Gabriel, just east of Los Angeles. After high school, he enlisted in the Army Reserves. After his service ended, he earned his law degree and now is one of the first Vietnamese Americans to be elected to the U.S. House of Representatives. He has achieved so much in his life thus far, but I know after meeting him and his wife that he is most proud of his young family, with his wife Michelle, their 3 beautiful children Bryson, Olivia, and Brandon. Please put your hands together for our honored guest from California's 45th Congressional District, Congressman Derek Tran.
Thank you, Fa. Hello, everyone. I stand here today to mark the most solemn time of the year for the people of the Vietnamese diaspora, Black April, Tháng Tư Đen. It's not just a solemn day in history, it is a reminder of the day we lost everything: our homes, our livelihoods, and our beloved country. Operation Frequent Wind is a moment that stands as one of the most daring rescue missions in American history, considered by many to be the 30 most dangerous hours ever witnessed on board an aircraft carrier. The USS Midway. Operation Frequent Wind was the last major U.S. military evacuation of Saigon. As the North Vietnamese Army closed in on the south, a U.S. Navy fleet was waiting offshore to rescue hundreds of thousands of refugees fleeing the homes, the only home that they have ever known. In just 30 hours, over 6,000 American and Vietnamese people were airlifted to safety. Hundreds of thousands of Vietnamese refugees would follow, most of them boarding the boats on uncharted waters, not knowing what waited on the other side of their journey. Today, 5 decades later, we are here not only to remember that operation, but to honor the lives it changed, the risks taken, and the legacy it left behind. This is not just a commemoration of history, it's a celebration of resilience, compassion, and the enduring bonds forged in one of our nation's most challenging hours. In Vietnam, the conditions under the communist regime grew more brutal. Many were imprisoned in concentration camps, losing not just their home, but their freedom, their dignity, and in too many cases, their lives. And now, as we reflect on the past 50 years since the fall of Saigon, we do so not just in solemn remembrance, but in celebration of what we have built together. From the ashes of war, we have risen. This is a painful day, a day of reflection, of remembrance, and for mourning. Over 58,000 United States soldiers and more than 250,000 Vietnamese soldiers gave their lives in sacrifice. These brave men and women made the ultimate sacrifice, and they deserve our continued and unwavering gratitude. We mourn not just those who fought for freedom, but the countless innocent lives lost during the war, those who perished at the hands of the communist regime in the aftermath, and the brave souls who were lost fleeing repression on boats. We have no choice but to honor those precious souls who are lost by giving the most we can to this life we have been blessed with. I share my own story with hundreds of thousands of Vietnamese Americans born to parents who fled our homeland with nothing. Both people did not let the hardship of their journey define the life they built in America. We have built communities that is unparalleled in strength, prosperity, and the commitment to preserving our history. Today, we celebrate the trailblazers who have risen from this legacy, generals and admirals in the United States military, award-winning scientists, titans in business, educators, doctors, and artists. Our community has nurtured leaders in all walks of life, turning adversity into opportunity in just 5 short decades. Many of these people, children of refugees or refugees themselves, and they represent just a few of the countless contributions Vietnamese Americans continue to make across every sector of society. Our journey from tragedy to triumph has only just begun, and the story of our people will continue to inspire generations to come. As the first Vietnamese American to represent Orange County's Little Saigon community in Congress, I am humbled by the responsibility to carry this history forward. Little Saigon, home of the largest Vietnamese diaspora in the world, is a beacon of hope and a reminder of the resilience that has defined our community. Every day, I'm reminded of our strength, our determination, and our unyielding commitment to preserving our story, to ensuring that no communist regime can rewrite our history. I urge you to join me in not only remembering the hardship we face, but also in celebrating the incredible resilience of the Vietnamese people. Let us honor the lives of those who sacrifice everything for freedom, the United States Army veterans and the veterans of the former Republic of Vietnam. Many of us remember or carry the stories of many U.S. soldiers who return home from Vietnam without the recognition and gratitude that they so deeply deserve. Today, we stand together to say what should have been said long ago. Thank you, and welcome home. I am forever indebted to you and your commitment to service. Your courage will never be forgotten, and your sacrifices will forever be honored. As we commemorate this solemn milestone, let us reaffirm our commitment to the values that matter most: democracy, human rights, and the unshakable will to be free. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Congressman Derek Tran. Ladies and gentlemen, the VIP guests, right after the 5-minute video, you can go to the blue tent for reception. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, when I was forced to leave my homeland on April 28, 1975, my heart was broken. Like more than 100,000 of my fellow countrymen, Saigon symbolized everything to me: my homeland, my family, my friend, my entire life. In my grief, I composed the song Saigon ơi vĩnh biệt, Farwell Saigon. The song was performed by Miss Khánh Ly on Thúy Nga Paris by Night. And today, I would like to invite you to watch the video with Khánh Ly voice and have been edited with many of the image of Saigon before 1935 by Dr. Farley's son, Mr. Dean Lee, a 4-class warrant officer of the U.S. Naval Academy. Kính thưa quý vị, khi tôi buộc phải rời xa quê hương vào những ngày cuối tháng 4 1975, cũng như quý vị, trái tim tôi tan vỡ, giống như hàng trăm ngàn người tị nạn khác đã có mặt ở đây vào thời điểm đó. Sài Gòn tượng trưng cho tất cả mọi thứ đối với tôi: quê hương tôi, gia đình tôi, bạn bè tôi, chiến hữu tôi, và cả cuộc đời tôi lớn và trưởng thành tại Sài Gòn. Trong nỗi cô đơn đó, tôi đã sáng tác nhạc phẩm Sài Gòn ơi vĩnh biệt và đã được nữ ca sĩ Khánh Ly trình bày trên một chương trình của Trung tâm Thúy Nga Paris by Night. Và ngày hôm nay chúng tôi mời quý vị cùng xem lại đoạn video ngắn thực hiện bởi giọng hát Khánh Ly, cộng với nhiều hình ảnh khác nhau về Sài Gòn trước năm 1975 bởi người con trai của tiến sĩ Farley, đó là anh Dean Lee. Anh là chuẩn úy hàng tư của Học viện Hải quân Hoa Kỳ. Sẽ mời quý vị cùng thưởng thức sau đây. It's going to show on the video screen. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Sài Gòn ơi, tôi đã mất người trong cuộc đời. Sài Gòn ơi, tôi đã hết thời gian tuyệt vời. Giờ còn đây những kỷ niệm sống trong tôi, những nụ cười nát trên môi, những giọt lệ ôi sầu đắng. Sài Gòn ơi, nắng vẫn có còn vương trên đường. Đường ngày xưa mưa có ướt ngập lối người về. Rồi mùa thu lá còn đổ xuống công viên, bóng gầy tóc xõa vai nghiêng, cô đơn khóc thương cho tình riêng. Tôi giờ như con thú hoang lạc đàn, từng ngày qua từng phút sống quên thời gian. Kiếp tha hương lắm đau thương lắm chua cay, thôi gọi tên ai mãi thôi. Sài Gòn ơi, tôi xin hứa rằng mang tôi trở về. Người tình ơi, tôi xin giữ trọn mãi lời thề. Dù thời gian có là một thoáng đam mê, phố phường vãn ánh sao đêm, nhưng tôi sẽ không bao giờ quên.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Mr. Phạm Hà, who will be performing Mơ về quê tôi, Dreaming of My Homeland.
Trời âm u dần lan lan trùm không gian, quê hương ầm tiếng xóm thét lên kinh hoàng. Từ thôn quê, từ đông tây, miền ánh sáng cùng vang lên lời kêu than đau đớn. Hai hùng lầm than khôn cùng nhà ta, nước mắt dân ngày đêm ta than. Dòng sông đây, đồng xanh kia, đồi thông cao, ai gây thành hoen ố, mau tự dân mình. Việt Nam ơi, mẹ tan thây vì con hư, bồi non sông dành đất nước đi giết. Sóng nổi đem xóa quốc hồn Việt Nam, oai linh này còn đâu mẹ ơi. Ôi giờ đây không nói nên lời. Ngàn năm xây đất nước phút giây tàn rồi. Chiều ánh mắt dại khờ, chiều cánh tay buông hờ, chiều trái tim thân thờ, nhìn quê đau đớn nước mắt rơi đại dương. Người ra khơi tàu con đi, vượt sóng gió đem sinh mạng đôi chiếu, với tay tư thần. Trùm dương ơi, dù gian nguy, dù đói khát, dù cướp bóc, dù chết mất, xin đã lấy người hoặc đón xác người, liều thân xây tương lai tự do ngàn sau. Trên đồi cao xa vắng, heo mây xót thương người viên sư, và sương nhẹ êm ve vuốt xoa xoa cho vơi bớt đau buồn. Ngày tháng chìm trong đắng cay đời ta nay càng thêm xót xa, ước mơ theo gió bay mau tới quê nhà, tìm lại hàng tre gục lên mái nhà, tìm dàn trầu lá còn quấn cao ra, và hàng dừa mát là bóng ven hồ, về nơi thơ mặn nồng, về nơi dấu ái ngọt ngào, tìm hàng thông reo, tìm ngày thơ âu mơ sao diêu. Nghe lời ru êm ái đêm đêm của mẹ hiền yêu dấu, người mơ ngày mai tươi sáng, quê hương tan hết áng mây sầu. Ngày đó toàn dân hát vang bài ca, đây tự do thiết tha, nước ta nay hết thương đau luôn an hòa. Và lời của cha ngày xa cõi đời, dặn dặn hồn nước hùng khí nơi nơi, dẹp mầm tà ác hợp sức chu toàn, một nền dân chủ mới rạng ngời, toàn dân vui hát ngàn đời, đời tự do muôn vinh quang.
Thank you, Mr. Pham Ha, for such a wonderful performance. Now, please turn your attention once again to the screens. In April 1975, with the fall of Saigon imminent, the U.S. Navy sent more than 40 ships to help evacuate South Vietnamese refugees. During the 2 days Operation Frequent Wind, the USS Midway rescued more than 3,000 Vietnamese citizens and American officials. And some of those individuals who were saved by Midway are back on this flight deck 50 years later, commemorating with us today. This is the incredible story of courage, selflessness during one of the largest humanitarian operations in history.
The communist forces, some of them riding in Russian-made tanks, some in captured American jeeps, rolled into Saigon about 3.5 hours after the end of the dramatic American evacuation of U.S. nationals and many South Vietnamese.
April 1975. South Vietnam is collapsing. At this pivotal point in history, Midway's commanding officer, Captain Larry Chambers, embarks upon the most storied humanitarian mission in Navy history, Operation Frequent Wind, the evacuation of Saigon.
We were heading for Vietnam and all shafts were turning at max speed. We got off the southern tip of Vietnam, picked up these big HH-53s.
There was little time for preparation and no margin for error.
It was just to control chaos. You've got old folk, young folks, you've got little kids, babe in arms.
I was 8 years old when I left my country, Vietnam. It was just chaos everywhere. We were told that they were going to shut down the airport because of the constant bombings, and only people with proper documentation were allowed to leave. My aunt was the only one that had the paperwork. She actually went up to one of the U.S. soldiers at the gate and pleaded with him. And he asked, well, how many are there in total? And when my aunt replied 16, he said, well, I'm so sorry, but that's probably going to be impossible. And so he finally gave in. He said, okay, this is what you'll do. Tomorrow at 7 a.m. in the morning, get in line where you have to show the paperwork, but tell your sister's family to keep walking and don't stop. The next morning, he was there, and with his hand motioning for us to pass on through, I just remembered when we finally landed on the Midway, and I thought, okay, we're safe.
Courtney and her family found themselves among the fortunate ones. However, for Captain Chambers and his crew aboard the Midway, their mission was far from complete.
The crew was handling the people. We got them all down on the hangar deck. 250 people came on, each one at a time. Not strapped down, cargo net, desperate times, and it was working.
Throughout the night and into the next day, Midway recovered aircraft and saved lives. Suddenly, a small Cessna buzzed the bridge.
And he dropped a note on the deck. He wrapped the note around his pistol, and he dropped his pistol on deck, and it said what the hell I thought it was going to say. He said, "Can you move those helicopters? I can fly 1 hour more, and please rescue me." He said he had Major Lee, wife, and 5 child, so now we knew there were 7 souls on board, and the Admiral is still yelling at me to tell him to ditch. No way is this guy going to ditch. I mean, it's wheels. It's going to flip over, and the family's going to drown. I called the air boss and said, we're going to make a ready deck.
Low on fuel, Major Bung Lee and family had found the Midway, but there was no room to land, yet.
I got on the general announcing system, and next thing I know, somewhere around 2,000 people showed up on the flight deck to help the air boss make a ready deck. I turned around and didn't look, because I didn't want to see how much went over the side, because from that point on, I knew that I'm going to have to face a board, and I could honestly say with the lie detector test, I don't know how many we pushed over the side. Well, we got the deck clear, and then 8 more Hueys landed in the middle of the landing area. The air boss called and said, "What the hell are we going to do now?" And I said, "Look, it's my court martial. I'm already in deep. 8 more Hueys over the side. It's not going to make a damn bit of difference."
Above Midway, Major Lee is circling, engine sputtering in a stiff and challenging wind.
After we pushed the last few over the side, we gave him a green light to come on around and land. He was going to have to fight his way through the turbulence. Turns out he had somewhere around 8,000 hours in the airplane. The guy was very professional. They brought him up to the bridge, and I took my wings off, and I made him an honorary naval aviator right on the spot.
Major Lee and his family were 7 of more than 50,000 people rescued in the final days of the Vietnam War, many of them by the Midway.
If I was not on the Midway, I would not be standing here today to have the opportunity to be a mother, to be a wife, to be a volunteer in my community. I'm giving back to community because that's what we should do. We should spread kindness, spread love, because we need that.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my true honor to stand here to introduce Admiral Chambers. But he is a man who needs no introduction, as you could tell. Born in 1929 in Bedford, Virginia, as the middle child of 5, he graduated from his high school as a valedictorian. Yes, he deserves all of that. After being accepted to every university he applied to, thankfully, he accepted the challenge of being only the 2nd African American to attend the U.S. Naval Academy. Life was difficult, but he persisted, graduated, and would go on to a career that spans 4 decades, ultimately rising to the rank of Rear Admiral, the first African American to do so in U.S. Navy. Admiral, we are so grateful for your courage, service, and sacrifice at every step of the way. Here to give his story of Operation Frequent Wind at 95 years young, please rise for Admiral Larry Chambers.
Good afternoon. I don't know if I can live up to that introduction. I was a skipper of Midway during the evacuation of Saigon, and I'm just an old sailor, 96 years old. I'm here today with my wife and family, lots of friends, to share this special anniversary which evokes so many complex memories and emotions for all of us. I have to tell you, Ever since Midway scheduled this event years ago, my wife's main purpose in life has been to keep me alive for this day so I could stand up here and tell you this story. Let's hope she can find another reason to keep me alive after the day. I'm not quite ready to go, guys. I want to talk to you about those heroic days at the close of the Vietnam War and the role Midway played. Our journey began shortly after I took command of Midway. We departed our home port of Yokosuka, Japan on 28 March 1975 for routine flight ops and a 10-day scheduled port visit in Subic Bay, Philippines for routine maintenance. Rear Admiral Bill Harris, U.S. Naval Academy Class of 48, was embarked in Midway. He was our strike group commander. He was my boss. And we soon learned that he was one hell of a tough guy to work for. After operating, our operating area would encompass the distance between Yokosuka, the Philippines, back to Vietnam, and around to Thailand, and on the way to Guam. We had a good time. On 18 April, just 3 days into our scheduled 10-day upkeep period in the Philippines, we were ordered to get underway immediately. We knew the end of the fighting was near and that the evacuation of Saigon, codename Operation Frequent Wind, was coming soon. To prepare for what we anticipated was ahead, we offloaded all fixed-wing aircraft on the flight deck by crane, designated 500 men to leave behind with the aircraft. The next morning, after we got underway, we went at best speed to the southern tip of South Vietnam and received 10 Air Force Super Jolly Green Giants to replace all of those beautiful fighters and attack aircraft. I am now a helicopter carrier with a flight deck full of Air Force HH-53 Super Jolly Green Giants. An attack carrier skipper's worst nightmare just came true. We practiced drills to improve readiness for the possible evacuation of Saigon. But since there were no spare parts for the Air Force big helicopters, we couldn't practice with those guys. We had no chance to improve their readiness, and so whatever shape they were in when they came aboard, that was the shape they were going to be in when we commenced the operation. Once we were on station, we were assigned to Task Force 76 on 20 April 1975. At that point, Midway reported to Commander Task Force 76, Rear Admiral Donald Boone Whitmire, Naval Academy Class of 46. Admiral Whitmire was an All-American football player at both Alabama before he came to Navy and was an All-American at Navy. He was a great guy to work for. He was my boss during the Operation Frequent Wind, but the ever-loving Admiral Harris was still aboard for the ride. The task force encompassed a large amphibious force of more than 25 ships, and although every vessel in the task force had a place for one or more helicopters to land, there were only 3 carriers involved in the operation. Okinawa, which was a helicopter carrier, Hancock, which was a 27 Charlie World War II built aircraft carrier, and Midway, that was commissioned just after World War II. Midway was the largest vessel, had the biggest deck and the deepest draft. We needed the most sea room. That meant Midway would be the furthest ship offshore doing the operation. And I think that most of the time we were at least 100 nautical miles out to sea from Vung Tau. We remained more than 100 nautical miles during the entire operation. While we awaited the official start of Operation Frequent Wind, the Vice Premier and former head of the South Vietnam Air Force, Nguyen Cao Ky, arrived on board Midway without notice about 10 o'clock in the morning on Tuesday, 29 April. Midway was ordered to send the Key party immediately to Admiral Whitmire's staff on Blue Ridge, and Key arrived on Blue Ridge shortly after afternoon. Meanwhile, we were still waiting for orders to execute Operation Frequent Men. As I mentioned, because of the lack of the spare parts, we didn't have a chance to work up the Air Force helicopters to get them used to making night carrier landings, something the Air Force pilots had never done, and that was my big worry. Later on, I cheated. I turned the lights up so damn bright they could see. Around 5 p.m., the first wave of the evacuees arrived from Saigon, and Operation Frequent Wind began. Flight deck, as all of you realize, is a hazardous place at any time. But at night and full of civilians, it could be deadly. To make sure the chaos was controlled, I authorized Midway's Marine Detachment the use of deadly force if necessary to disarm everyone as they came on board. It's hard to imagine that some of the Huey helicopters arrived. Let's see, do I see a Huey around here? Huey's one of those smaller guys. You'll find him on the flight deck. There were as many as 50 people on board that little bitty helicopter. The Hueys were designed to carry a squad of 10 Army or 10 Marines heavily armed for combat, not 50 civilians with luggage. Even in the best of conditions, emergency happened. On cue. Even in the best of conditions, oops. Well, that's really appropriate. I like that. Even in the best of conditions, emergency happened. At about 0200 on the evening of the first day, Hancock experienced a crash on deck, and her foul deck was closed to helicopter operations. She had 8 helicopters airborne at that time, and they were all full of evacuees. We cleared a couple of spots on the bow, and we began refueling the Hancock helicopters. The first helicopter we served had about 5 to 10 minutes worth of fuel left before splash. During that time, we brought them aboard 2 at a time, and we kind of bootstrapped them, got them all topped off, and about that time we were going to start bringing their refugees on board. Hancock cleared her fire, pushed it over the side, and so we sent them home. Disaster was averted, and we called that, and still do, Midway magic. On Wednesday, 30 April, the U.S. Ambassador to South Vietnam, Mr. Graham Martin, was one of the last people to be evacuated from the embassy, along with my Naval Academy roommate, Captain Hugh Benton, who at that time was the SINCPAC rep on the ambassador's staff. In the middle of the chaos on day 2, a Cessna bird dog arrived on the scene. It was obvious to me that he wanted to land. Admiral Harris ordered me to tell the pilot to ditch. He was not my operational boss at the time, but he was still on that flag bridge up there raising hell. Anyway, the pilot, Theckel, several times dropped a couple of notes. They all went over the side. And finally, I think either the 3rd or the 4th note, he wrapped it around his pistol and he dropped it on deck, and there was a crash truck parked, and the pistol with the note hit the crash truck and it stayed on board. And the note read, "Can you move these helicopter to the other side? I can land on your runway. I can fly 1 hour more. Signed, Major Bung, wife and 5 child." We were 100 nautical miles at sea, and he didn't have enough gas to make it back to the beach. I ordered Vern Jumper, and he's sitting over there, to make a ready deck. Vern suggested that I had lost my mind. But I told him I would give him some help, and I got on the ship's general announcing system, and I ordered all air wing and air department people not on watch to report to the flight deck to give Vern a little help. Well, as it turns out, not only did we get the air department and the air wing personnel on the flight deck. I think somewhere in that melee, about 2,000 men showed up for the working party to help Vern make a ready deck. I told the chief engineer I needed more wind over the deck to help Major Lee stop his aircraft. My chief engineer had to get real creative to make that happen. We were operating helicopters, and we had somewhere between 15 and 18 knots of natural wind, and the ship could be dead in the water, and we could handle the helicopters. And so I had given the chief engineer permission to take a couple of boilers offline for maintenance. And we were operating helicopters that needed, and all of a sudden, we had to get a lot of wind over the deck. And so chief engineer wanted to know where in the hell I was going to get the extra steam from. Then I told him to shut down 2 of the steam-driven generators, and we had 2 emergency diesels. I think they've all been removed, and so shifted the electrical load to the emergency diesels to get enough steam to get 40 knots of wind over the deck. I figured that little airplane had an approach speed somewhere around 60 knots, and if I got 40 knots of wind over the deck, that he was going to have to try real hard to catch me. But I knew we had enough runway at that point. With that much wind over the deck, I probably had the equivalent of about a 2,500-foot runway. And I didn't know how much experience Major Lee had in this airplane, but I think he had probably somewhere around 2,000 to 3,000 hours. And first of all, you got to be a total idiot to come out and think you've never made a carrier landing in his life, and finds a carrier out there that's totally clobbered, and to think that somebody's going to push $100 million worth of stuff over the side to give him permission to land. 2 of us together. He lost his mind first, and I had the admiral yelling at me. I lost mine. Look, I didn't own any of those. Not a single thing I pushed over the side had U.S. Navy on it. It had U.S. Air Force, U.S. Army, Air America. I didn't own them. So I gave the major a little help by clearing the runway for him. And I told the chief engineer I was going to need a little more steam, and he got a little huffy, but when I told him to shut down, transfer the electrical load to the emergency diesels. But after turning into the wind, but prior to giving Major Lee's airplane, by the way, we had no communications, so the only way we could use them, we signaled them with the Aldous lamps: red light, you can't land; green light, deck's clear. And just as we had turned into the wind, everything was all set up. 8 more Hueys out of Saigon landed right in the middle of the deck. Vern wanted to know, what the hell are we going to do now? And I told Vern, 8 more over the side wasn't going to make any difference in how long I spent in jail. Push us over too. After his successful landing, Midway's crew was so impressed with Major Lee that they collected over $10,000 in 1975. That was big bucks. And we forwarded it to him to help him and his family get settled in America. I don't know how much of it got to him, but that's what it was when we left here. In the midst of the ongoing chaos, I had a brief interview with Major Lee on the bridge. I took off my wings, and I had the major up there. I gave him my wings and made him a naval aviator right on the spot. I mean, you got to be crazy. Something he'd never done in his life before. Before any of these aviators around here ever saw a carrier, they made thousands of landings on the beach to teach them how to make carrier landings. And this guy walks out there and decides that he's going to become one. I mean, look, he's the bravest man I've ever met in my life, and and I must be the dumbest one to think that we could make it happen, okay? But anyway, he's here to tell you his story, and all I can say is we got honored at Sun and Fun Air Show over in Lakeland, Florida, and we both got presented nice trophies. But he's the bravest guy I ever know, and all I was a real estate manager. I just cleared the runway to give him a shot at it. I got a few more notes. So what I got? Okay. After that incident, we could still continue to receive helicopters from Saigon, but it was starting to wind down, and the tanks were about to overrun the embassy. And the last person to arrive on board Midway was the ambassador, the American ambassador to South Vietnam, and he arrived about noon or so after the major incident. And along with the ambassador was my Naval Academy roommate. At that time, he was a captain, and he was ThinkPAC's rep on the ambassador's staff. Almost 2 years later, at my change of command ceremony, when my tour on Midway was over, I learned from the team that I came to understand that Rear Admiral Harris was thwarting my good intentions. There was a junk that came alongside while we were doing something else, and we were marginal as to whether we were in Thai waters or international waters. And, you know, on the international waters, a vessel in distress, I have no choice but to handle the problem. Well, the Admiral sent his navigator to my bridge. He took around the bearings and said, I was in Thai waters, and so, as usual, I manned the forecastle, took the main engines off the jacking gear, and I twisted the ship until we were totally in international waters. And at this point, now I've got to rescue the boat, so we brought everybody aboard, and I sent my damage control team down and told them to fix the boat. And once they repaired it, we put the people back on and sent them on their way. And we were doing another operation at the time that really had my attention, and I didn't pay any attention, so 4 or 5 hours later, I called to find out what the hell they were doing. And I got the word back that my damage control team, which could probably have built the boat, said they couldn't fix it. And so as far as I was concerned, I had plenty of refugees that were going to go to Guam with us, and 80 more. I left 500 sailors on the beach. You know, I mean 500 big guys. I could have handled 1,000 Vietnamese with the same amount of food and logistics. So there was no sweat on the part of Midway to take care of the people. And in any case, at my change of command, somebody walked up to me, and I had already been promoted, and I'd been relieved as skipper, and at the farewell party, they were honoring me, and they gave me a bell, and I wonder, what's this ship bell for? And the bosun's mate finally said, Captain, do you remember that junk that was alongside? We were in Vung Tau, and I said, absolutely, you guys couldn't fix it. Well, I embarrassed them. They said, what do you mean we couldn't fix it? We chopped a hole in a damn boat so we'd get you out of jail. And I said, boy, I'm going to court-martial you guys. And they said, no, you can't, because you're no longer in charge. Anyway, the bird dog now hangs at the Naval Aviation Museum in Pensacola, where a copy of the note that the good major dropped on the flight deck is on display. The bird dog was given to the Navy by Chief of Staff of the Army. At that time, my little brother was a colonel, and he was Chief of Staff, was horseholder to the Chief of Staff of the Army. And I wrote Andy a note and said, Andy, this airplane is in terrible shape. I don't want to destroy it. I think we want to send it to the museum, and we need the Army's permission. And so my brother took the Chief of Staff a note, got him to sign, and they gave the airplane to the Navy. That airplane is in perfectly good working order and great shape, but I didn't think the Army would give the Navy a damn thing if they thought it was any good. So we got away with that one. But if you're in Pensacola, take a look. It's still hanging in the overhead. By the way, my wife ratted on me and told Midway that I had the note framed and was hanging in my library. And reluctantly, I donated that note to the museum. They now have the actual note, and they made a museum quality copy and sent it to me. And frankly, I can't tell the difference, but they've got the original. So that's my contribution to this. In 2014, Major Lee and I were both honored at Sun and Fun Air Show in Lakeland, Florida, for outstanding feats in aviation. But we know who performed the outstanding feat, and he's going to be interviewed here shortly. And I was just managing the real estate. The Lee family now lives in Orlando, Florida. The Major and I first met again in 1989 when the bird dog was dedicated at the Naval Aviation Museum. And again in 2014, we were both being honored at the Sun and Fun Air Show in Lakeland. And during that time, the Major bought 4 of his kids and a bunch of grandkids. And we both had some pictures taken in front of an Army bird dog that was borrowed for the occasion. And I think the Lee now have at least 8 grandchildren. So at Sun and Fun, I found out Mrs. Lee could not swim and that the Major had no intentions of ever going to ditch that airplane in the South China Sea. And that was my thought. I figured if I didn't give him a chance to land, he was going to crash it on deck anyway. So either way, I was going to lose. So the only thing I could do was clear the deck and give him a shot at it. But thanks to the successful humanitarian efforts of the crew of Midway, there are many productive and loyal Vietnamese American citizens in our country. These brave Vietnamese patriots and the dedicated sailors and Marines of Midway are the real heroes of the evacuation. I feel very proud to have been a participant in this little fiasco, and thank you very much for listening to this old guy.
Wow, what a presentation. For many of you, that would be the only time that you will hear it straight from the man himself. Let's give him another round of applause. Well, it's hard for any of us to imagine the thoughts of a desperate man on a zero-fail mission. But we do not have to imagine, because today you will hear from the man himself, Mr. Bung Lee. After completing his flight training in Texas in 1965, Major Lee would go back to Vietnam and go on to serve to defend the Republic of Vietnam until the very last day. So please give a warm welcome to the stage the bravest man Admiral Chambers has ever known, Major Bung Lee.
Well, hello everyone. My name is Bung Lee, and you can call me Lee Bung also. Today, it is my honor to be here to tell you the story how the little bird dog to be displayed in this museum. On April 30th, 1975, when Saigon fell, my life was in danger. So I used the small airplane, took off from Công Sơn Island in Vietnam with my wife and my 5 children aboard, searching for the safe place. After the half an hour flight over the South China Sea, I saw a lot of helicopters flying in the same direction. It made me believe there was something out there they can depend on. So I followed the same direction. A few minutes later, I saw a big boat with a lot of helicopter and American jet. That made me believe there was those helicopter escaped too. But I didn't have the radio with me. I didn't have the radio because I didn't have the headset with me. So I cannot communication and ask for the tower for landing. When I told this to my grandchildren, the youngest asked me, "Is nobody have the cell phone to use?" Anyway, I'm circled around the ship many times, fighting the way to let them know I want to land on their runway. Then I decide to drop the note to the deck. The first 3 notes bow off to the sea, and the 4th one stay on. And I saw someone run into it and ran back inside in the hurry. And I try to circle, and I try to rock my wing. I try to turn on and off the landing light. I try to let them know I want to land. But all I receive a red light. So I kept circle around and I pray for the miracle. And then I decide to drop note. I'm sorry, I have to repeat that. And I saw I lost my sight of my family, but I was not worried because I know they are in a good hand. The hand of the America and the hand of the freedom. And now, I keep circling around the ship, and I saw a green light. It made me believe they ready to let me land. But now, my airplane didn't have the tail hood, and I never land on the aircraft carrier before. But when I look back to my family, my gut told me I could do it, and I did it. And after the airplane stopped, a lot of sailors surround my family. They helping my children, my wife off the plane, and 2 sailors walked me inside for the interview. For the interview, honestly, I do not remember what they asked me, nor what my answer. And then they walked me to the other room. During that walk, I asked myself, I just lost my country. What are they doing to me next? Are they prepared to take away my pilot license too? It had come out different. They welcome me. They congratulate me. And it asks you to honor me, the Navy pilot wing. That was the upgrade license. Ladies and gentlemen, my family now reside in Florida for the last 50 years. Over this year, a lot of wonderful happened to us. My children, my wife, and myself become naturalized American citizens. We have all grown together, and we have now 4 generations. All of this were possible because we were saved by the staff and the USS Midway in 1975. Today, I would like to take this opportunity to thank you to the Owenberg Dog, to Rear Admiral Chambers, to Commander Chambers, to all the staff and crew members helping my family, and to the USS Midway. For the bird dog, when my entire family got into you, we overloaded you. But it seemed you did not mind nor hesitate and willing to fly my family offshore and land safely to the East-West Midway. Thank you for the job well done. And for the Rear Admiral Chambers, Commander Chambers, for the old men to serve in the USS Midway. I would like to thank each and every one of you for your all thing, all the thing you help my family. Special with the Rear Admiral Chambers and Commander Chambers for that decision. Without that decision and the safe landing, our family would not here today. And thank you all for the contribution to my family. For the USS Midway, this is what I remember. As soon as I touched down, they held me tight, they nailed me down. Together, you and I make history. The history that will always remember and share by all the staff and volunteer of the museum. And I would like to thank you for that. And now, last but not least, I would like to thank my family. Most of them are here today. Over the last 50 years, we have been through together, helping, caring, loving each other, and now I believe we have a lot more to come. I would like to say thank you to Rear Admiral Terry Craft, CEO of the museum, Dr. Farwell, member of the board director, and to all the staff and volunteer of the USS Midway. Thank you all for the opportunity to be here today. And finally, Rear Admiral Chambers, on behalf of myself My family, I would like to present this plaque to you. Thank you for the compassion, courage, and leadership. It has been a true pleasure, and thank you all very much.
We're going to get even.
Admiral Chambers, in return, has a gift for Mr. Bung Lee as well. Wow, what two amazing stories to hear straight from the mouths of the men who lived it. Let's give them both another round of applause. Now, for the last portion of this segment of the program, may I invite both of you to take the seat? Nope. You, please stay. Please stay on the stage. Please stay on the stage. Please allow for Admiral Chambers to take the seat. May I ask all the photographers to take their seat, please? Photographers, please take your seats. All right. So the last part of this segment for the last part of this segment, I would like you to hear from some of the refugees that were rescued by the USS Midway. First, we have Dr. Yung Jin, one of my colleagues from Orange Coast Medical Center in Fountain Valley. May I ask Dr. Jin to come to the podium?
Thank you. 50 years ago, I was right here on deck as a 5-year-old boy. And as a matter of fact, if you look in the back at that helicopter right behind you, on April 29th, 1975, I was at the Saigon airport. It was a gray day. It was kind of drizzly. 5-year-old boy, my sister was 3, my other sister was 18 months, and my brother, Gung, was several months old, and they're all here today. I saw and I heard the sound of war, shooting, screaming, confusion, and I saw these big black helicopters, loud, we had no ear protection, windy with the propellers, and I saw them land, and the back would go off, down. Groups of Vietnamese refugees, many of you here today, ran into these helicopters. And at one point, a helicopter landed just right about where that is, in front of me, and I was told it was our turn to run. I grabbed my sister Twa's hand. I was 5, she was 3. My mom had two other siblings, Gung and Hung, in both hands. We ran toward the Chinook helicopter. I ran in, saw the back down. There was a serviceman on the right side with a gun, an American serviceman. 2 rows of seat. I ran in, sat on the left side, buckled up. The helicopter lifted. I saw the city of Saigon. It got higher. I saw the jungles of Saigon. And then I saw nothing but blue waters. And I was like, oh, where are we going? And we saw this big ship, the Midway. We landed. We got off. I stood and watched people push the helicopters into the ocean, just mentioned. And I'm here today to say thank you, Admiral Chambers, Vern Jumper, commander of the ship at the time. We are proud Americans. I'm a Marine, 4th Medical Battalion. My son, Jonathan, is today here, a first lieutenant with the U.S. Marines in Camp Pendleton as well. We would not be here if it was not for the Midway. We would not be here if it was not for our veterans. Thank you for the opportunity of hope, freedom, opportunity, and a way to give back. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Tran. Next, we have Mr. Hugh Nguyen, the County Clerk Recorder for Orange County, California.
Good afternoon. It's an honor to be on this stage with you, Admiral. Hello, everyone. Xin chào quý vị. 50 years ago, I was a 7-year-old boy clinging to my grandparents' hand, trying to escape the only home I have ever known. We were at Tân Sơn Nhất Airport in Saigon. The United States activated Operation Frequent Wind, the last act to help Americans and at-risk Vietnamese evacuate Saigon. Despite bombing going around us and the runway being destroyed, my family and I were rescued by helicopter and later landed on this beautiful ship, the USS Midway. We continue our journey just like many refugees to the Philippines, to Guam, and finally Camp Pendleton, where we were blessed to be sponsored by members of Grace Lutheran Church in El Centro, California. We were the first Vietnamese family in El Centro, California. I don't think a lot of us know where El Centro, do we know where El Centro, California is? Yeah. So come Labor Day weekend of 1975, we arrived at our new home with nothing but hope. We were the first Vietnamese family in El Centro, and I had to learn to speak English. Vietnamese was my first language. In '79, we moved to Orange County. I attended public school, worked hard, dreamed big, and was blessed to become the first Vietnamese American elected clerk recorder in the United States. My journey is not just mine. It belongs to every refugee who dare to believe in a better tomorrow, and to every American who opened their hearts to strangers like us and me. Today, I honor this ship, its brave crew, the spirit of America that turned fear into opportunity and dreams into reality. I want to thank all the soldiers who sacrificed their lives for our freedom. Thank you to the U.S. Midway Admiral Captain Larry Chambers, Air Boss Vern Jumper, John Hackett, and all your team that are here. Can I get you guys all to please stand up and give them a big, they are our hero. That's why we're here. "3,073 refugees were rescued on this ship. I slept on the lower deck. Vern Jumper said I slept on bubble wrap. I'm not sure if that was true, Captain, but we are forever grateful. One last thing I want to say. My grandparents, who are no longer here with us, they were rescued on the USS Midway. I know they are looking down on us. Thank you. Thank you. God bless America. Thank you.
Thank you, Hugh. Next, we have Stephanie Din, one of our refugee who is now actually a docent right here on the ship. So if you find out when she is giving her tours, you can take a USS Midway Museum tour with Miss Stephanie Din.
Hi there. In April of 1975, the USS Midway rescued my family from the communist regime that invaded my homeland of Vietnam. I am now a USS Midway volunteer. It is my way, it's a small way, to pay back what the ship did for my family. I was 15 when I arrived in America. I spoke English not very well. I had to make my way. I have those tough experiences. I love America. This place creates opportunity, and it does. I think in every immigrant, you will find a deep opportunities. There are a deep optimism, and you will find a deep resilience. We are an intense hard worker. 50 years on, I am here today to express my heartfelt gratitude for the service our American veterans gave in our name, so that 50 years from now, generation yet unborn will see those names engraved on the national memorial. They will know what the servicemen has endured and what they did for our nation. I also would like to acknowledge the significant loss of life experienced by people of Vietnam. It has been a very long journey for me. The people that I have met, the love I have experienced, I should keep on being grateful. Admiral Chambers, Air Boss James Burnjumper, without you, we wouldn't be here today. Thank you for saving our life.
Thank you, Stephanie. And finally, Ms. Tu Mai Din is here with an incredible amount of her family. Tu Mai and I met as a coincidence. She was here looking at one of the exhibits on the hangar bay when I realized that she was in the boat that was rescued by the USS Midway in 1975.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tu Mai. Thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of my entire family who are with me here today. On April 30th, 1975, my father took a leap of faith and gathered my family, along with our friends and neighbors, for a total of 89 of us onto a fishing boat, leaving everything behind in search of freedom. I was 17 years old at this time. We drifted in the middle of the open ocean for 4 days, just when all hopes were lost. We were fortunate enough to be rescued by USS Midway 41. We spent 11 days aboard the Midway, and the kindness we were shown is something my family and I will never forget. We each have our own bed, and we were given 3 meals a day. Words cannot express our gratitude for the sacrifice they made to make sure we were well cared for in every way possible. For us, it is a reminder of generosity and humanity that we experienced in our darkest hour. Thank you to the U.S. government, the American people, and especially to Admiral Terry Chambers, Commander Vern Jumper, and the crew of the USS Midway. Your kindness gives us the opportunity to build new lives, achieve success, create new memory, and live life with freedom. In the last 50 years, my family has grown from 11 members, my grandmother, my parents, and 8 brothers and sisters, into a thriving family of 58, spanning 5 generations. Today, we are all happy, healthy, and living fulfilling lives, and all contributing to this great nation. Once again, from the bottom of our hearts, thank you, Admiral Chambers and the entire crew. Without your courage, kindness, and generosity, we would not be here today. And to show our love and appreciations, here is a small token of gratitude from our family to yours.
While they are bringing up the flowers, I would like the crew of the USS Midway to understand the ripple effect of the people you save. Can I have everyone who was rescued by the Midway and their families please rise so that our sailors understand all the impact that they caused?
Can I have a Commander Vern Jumper come to the stage, please?
That's a lot of people that you saved. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let's take a moment to take the pictures we need to, because these 3 men, it's rare to get them all together. Let's give them a round of applause. And finally, the last part of this section of the program is Châu Thủy and anh Châu Thủy and chị Kim Chang have a special gift from the Vietnamese community.
Yes, on behalf of the Vietnamese refugee and the Vietnamese Heritage Museum, as a tokening, and first, I would like Chi Kim Chang to read the content in the plaque.
In recognition of outstanding commitment and dedication, we proudly present this award to Admiral Lawrence Chambers in deep gratitude for your unwavering dedication and compassionate efforts in rescuing Vietnamese refugees. Your courage, generosity, and steadfast support have profoundly impacted countless lives, leaving an enduring legacy of hope, humanity, and freedom. Garden Grove, April 27, 2025.
Thank you, Chi Kim Chang and An Châu Thủy. Let's get some final photos, and that concludes part one of our program. We will take a very brief intermission and promptly begin part two in 5 minutes.
How are we going to get people to sit down? Look at this. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you.
Chúng tôi xin mời quý vị trở lại chỗ ngồi để chương trình chúng ta có thể tiếp tục trong phần thứ hai. Xin thành thật cảm ơn quý vị.
Ladies and gentlemen, if we could ask you to please take your seats for part 2 of the program, getting underway in just a few seconds.
Chương trình sẽ được bắt đầu trong vòng vài phút. Xin mời quý vị an tọa. Xin quý vị trở lại chỗ ngồi. Chương trình sẽ bắt đầu. Chúng tôi xin được mời giáo sư Alex Thái Võ lên sân khấu.
He said to invite him.
Chúng tôi xin được mời ông Ức Nguyễn lên sân khấu. Xin được mời ông Ức Nguyễn. Lạnh chị.
Ladies and gentlemen, if we could please have you take your seats, it is time for part 2 of the program. You can't hear me?
How about Lina hát một câu để cho kêu gọi quý vị vào chỗ ngồi, thì hy vọng khi mà quý vị nghe Lina hát thì quý vị sẽ tiến về phía đằng trước như những cái ghế mà chúng ta đang có, để chúng ta có thể bắt đầu được không ạ? Dạ. Chào bác, chào chú. So, do you want to hear Lina sing? Yeah? Okay. See, ai cũng nói Lina hát một chút xíu kìa.
Trời.
Hát không có nhạc được không Lina?
Dạ, nếu mà không có nhạc thì còn hay hơn nữa đó.
Vâng, mời quý vị về chỗ ngồi để chúng ta nghe Lina hát và chúng ta sẽ bắt đầu chương trình ngay từ bây giờ. Phần 2, kính thưa quý vị.
I think I'm going to need some help. I think we need a little entertainment up on stage so we can get everyone to take their seats. Yes? Okay. I am so cold right now. Who knows how to sing Hoa cài mái tóc? Có ai biết không? Yes? Ủa? Mẹ Việt Nam mắt người sáng quát, nghe đâu đây tiếng vọng hòa bình. lệ mừng nhòa đôi mắt long lanh, nghe tin con vẫn còn ngày xanh. Một cành hoa em cài mái tóc, anh đưa em qua quãng đường dài. Về thành đầu anh may áo cưới, ta thương nhau xây dựng ngày mai. Ta yêu người, ta yêu đời, ta yêu mình, tình đừng phai. Xin em đừng qua vùng cỏ hoang, xin em đừng đến những nơi chim xanh hoan ca, dù tình nào không vào đam mê. Anh xin em trở lại chỗ ngồi. Dù tình nghèo người đời khen chê, ta thương nhau giữ tròn tình quê. Hết. Okay. Cảm ơn quý vị. You are very, very kind. If we could get everyone to please sit back down at your seats for part 2. Quý vị nào mà đã đến đây từ mấy xe bus đó, there are a few of those buses that must leave early. We will announce and let you know. Okay, như vậy là Lina và chị Diệu Quyên sẽ là announce cho quý vị biết là khi nào là cần xuống để kịp xe bus để về lại Orange County. And so we want to get started right away because we actually did save the best for last. So the part 2 is the best part, you guys. Okay, are you ready? Thank you everyone for sitting out in the sun now. It is actually a beautiful day here in San Diego. And thank you so much for staying with us till the end. Here we go for part 2. Chị Diệu Quyên.
Cảm ơn Lena rất nhiều. Kính thưa quý vị, ngày hôm nay cá nhân của Diệu Quyên cũng như là Lena rất vui khi được góp mặt một phần trong chương trình ngày hôm nay, và chúng tôi cũng xin được chia sẻ tâm tình của mình. Đối với chúng tôi vào ngày 30 tháng 4 năm 1975 là một cột mốc lịch sử không chỉ đánh dấu nỗi đau chiến tranh mà còn thể hiện tinh thần kiên cường của cộng đồng người Việt tị nạn. Và sự kiện này đã buộc cho hàng triệu người Việt đã phải rời bỏ quê hương để tìm kiếm tự do và một tương lai tốt đẹp hơn. Trong suốt 5 thập niên vừa qua, người Mỹ gốc Việt đã xây dựng lại cuộc sống, đóng góp đáng kể vào sự phát triển của Hoa Kỳ, và có những người trở thành thương gia, nhà khoa học, kỹ sư, bác sĩ, luật sư, nhà giáo dục, quân nhân, viên chức dân cử, nhà lãnh đạo cộng đồng, sứ ngôn viên cùng các bạn ngày hôm nay. Và để tưởng niệm 50 năm Quốc hận 30 tháng 4 không chỉ là một lời nhắc nhở về quá khứ mà còn là một dịp để tri ân và cam kết. Tri ân quê hương thứ hai đã cưu mang chúng ta và cam kết tiếp tục cống hiến để xây dựng một tương lai vững mạnh và phát triển hơn nữa. Chúng ta hãy tiếp tục cuộc hành trình với tháng Tư đen sau đây.
April 30th, 1975 marks a pivotal moment in history. A day that not only symbolized the deep wounds of war, but also embodies the unwavering resilience of the Vietnamese refugee community. The event forced millions of Vietnamese to leave their homeland in search of freedom and a better future. Over the past 5 decades, Vietnamese Americans have rebuilt their lives, contributing profoundly to the growth of the United States. They have become entrepreneurs, scientists, engineers, doctors, lawyers, educators, journalists, military personnel, elected officials, and community leaders. The 50th commemoration of April 30th, a day of national mourning, is more than a remembrance of the past. It is an opportunity to express gratitude and reaffirm our commitment. We give thanks to our second homeland for its embrace and pledge to continue working toward a future of even greater strength and prosperity. And now let us carry forward the spirit of Black April through the remarks of Mr. Úc Nguyen, representing the Association of Former Republic of Vietnam Veterans.
Chúng tôi xin được mời ông Úc Nguyễn, được đại diện cho tập thể chiến sĩ Việt Nam Cộng Hòa, tại hải ngoại có vài lời phát biểu.
To our distinguished guests and everyone in attendance, thank you for inviting me, a member of the Republic of Vietnam Veteran Association overseas, to be a part of 50th anniversary commemoration Operation Frequent Wind. I attend the 40th anniversary commemoration in 2015, and I'm honored to be back on this special event. April 30 is always be the day of sorrow for the Vietnamese American. As we mourn the fall of Saigon, our native homeland. The chaotic hour of April 30 remain etched in our memories. Our member, our former Vietnamese veteran who served during this war, so we would like to thank all veterans, former Vietnamese and American service members who served during the war, as well as those who currently serve in the United States Armed Forces. You are our hero. We also pay our respect and honor to those who make ultimate sacrifice. Their bravery and sacrifice is not in vain. We mourn what we lost, but it is also a day of celebration of the freedom, opportunity, and prosperity that Vietnamese Americans have in the United States, our homeland, for 5 decades. For some of us, the deck of USS Midway, the outer carrier that were a part of Operation Frequent Wind, were where we took our first step to rebuild our life. I would like to especially thank Admiral Chambers, then captain of USS Midway during Operation Frequent Wind, USS Midway airboat first jumper, and the 1975 crew member of the USS Midway for your compassion and heroics in rescue and save thousands of Vietnamese refugees. We are forever grateful. Vietnamese refugees and immigrants fled Vietnam with nothing but hope for the better life in a country where freedom are cherished and upheld. Most of us didn't speak English, and all of us were worried and anxious. We were leaving our parents, relatives, friends, and the life we had known behind to go to the country we knew so little bit about, and a new life that was filled with uncertainty. Fortunately, Americans who we have never met welcomed us in and gave their time and resources to help us build new life for our family. Generations of Vietnamese Americans have been able to achieve the American dream with hard work and perseverance in the 50 years since the Operation Frequent Wind. Vietnamese Americans have established thriving communities through the United States. Many of us here today are from communities right here in San Diego and Orange County, Little Saigon. Vietnamese Americans are contributing in all aspects of American life. They are serving in uniform and as our elect government official and representative. They are successful doctors, engineers, lawyers, accounting, entrepreneurs, small business owners, teachers, professors, physicists, and astronauts, just to name a few. The success of Vietnamese American would not have been possible without the USS Midway and those who served during Operation Frequent Wind. It's wonderful to see younger generation of Vietnamese Americans who were born after the war come to learn about the USS Midway and Operation Frequent Wind. Our history will continue with them. Again, thank you for inviting me, and it's an honor to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Again, that was Mr. Uk Nguyen. Before I introduce our next guest, I would like to remind you, if you have a VIP wristband, that's the one that has the flag on it, you can grab some lunch right over here under the, I believe, the blue tents over there. So if you haven't yet, please, while supplies last. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, next up, we would like to introduce you to Dr. Alex Thai Dinh Va. He's a historian of modern Vietnamese history and the Vietnamese diaspora. He's currently a research professor at the Vietnam Center and Archive at Texas Tech University, where he oversees projects related to the history of the Vietnam War and post-1975 Vietnamese communities.
Kính thưa quý vị và kế tiếp, kính thưa quý vị và tiến sĩ Alex Thái Đình Võ. Ông là một nhà sử học về lịch sử Việt Nam hiện đại và cộng đồng người Việt di cư. Ông hiện nay là giáo sư nghiên cứu tại Trung tâm và Lưu trữ Việt Nam tại Đại học Texas Tech, nơi mà ông giám sát các dự án có liên quan đến lịch sử chiến tranh Việt Nam và cộng đồng người Việt Nam 1975. Xin quý vị cho chúng tôi một tràng pháo tay chào đón tiến sĩ Alex Thái Đình Võ.
Thank you, Jelena. Thank you, Chị Diệu Quyên. Well, before I start, can I ask you guys all to give yourself a round of applause, for having been here for the past, 4 or 5 hours? Some, have been up since 4 a.m. in the morning, getting ready to get everybody ready to be here. When I was asked to give this talk about Vietnamese American journey to America, they said that I have to do it in 5 minutes. And as historians, I asked myself, what can one say in 5 minutes about the history of Vietnamese becoming Vietnamese America? About journeys, about sacrifices that brought us here. In 5 minutes, we can only trace the contours of April 30th, 1975, the day that Saigon fell. Helicopters scrambles from the rooftops. Children wept in strangers' arms, and a nation's dream collapsed into silence as countless fled in desperation, while others are torn from their families and cast into what is known as Jai Cải Tạo, re-education camps. It was not just the collapse of a war, it was the end of the Republic of Vietnam. As much as we celebrate Operation Frequent Wind today, we have to remember that this occasion is the occasion in which a country was taken away from us. A fragile yet fervent experiment in democracy and sovereignty, nurtured by decades of struggle against colonialism and communism. A dream shadow for many of us, of our parents' generation, but not destroyed as we are here today present. Recognize that we are not and have not been destroyed. That final month in April 1975 saw 3 urgent rescue missions. First with Operation Baby Lift, evacuated over 3,000 orphans to safety. Operation Frequent Wind, which we celebrate today, rescued more than 7,000 South Vietnamese and Americans as communist soldiers enter Saigon. And Operation New Life processed over 110,000 refugees through Guam before they were dispersed throughout the U.S. From the ruin of a fallen republic came the first wave, the 130,000 Vietnamese under the Indochina Migrations and Refugee Assistance Act of 1975. They left not just a country, but a cause, the hope for freedom, dignity, and peace. Then came the second wave, the most famous of them, the boat people, Thuyền Nhân. Between 1975 and 1995, nearly 2 million Vietnamese fled Vietnam, marking one of the largest mass exoduses in modern history, fleeing persecution, imprisonment, forced labor. Hundreds upon hundreds of thousands escaped by sea in overcrowded and often unseaworthy boats. The journeys were perilous. According to the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, approximately, this is an underestimate, 250,000 die at sea, victims of storms, starvations, drowning, and pirates' attacks. Yet hundreds of thousands found asylum, passing through refugee camps across Southeast Asia, Malaysia, Indochina, Singapore, Indonesia, Singapore, Thailand, Hong Kong, and the Philippines. These are brief sanctuaries for survivors, but also solemn memorials for those who never made it. Many never made it. Their stories of both the lost and the survivors stand as an enduring testament to resilience, to sacrifice, and the lasting toll of war and post-war consequences. Then came the Orderly Departure Program, ODB, right? Launched in 1979, which allowed for more than 500,000 to emigrate to America legally and safely. This included the 1988 Amerasian Homecoming Act, Chương trình Con Lai, which allowed for 23,000 children of American fathers and Vietnamese mothers, once cast aside from society as remnant of old enemies, and 67,000 of their families to resettle in the United States. Then came the HO program in 1990. The humanitarian operation programs opened a long overture path for freedom for more than 165,000 former political prisoners and their families. Men and women who endure years, if not decades, of imprisonment in what is known as re-education camps for their service to a lost republic, for their dreams. So, in 5 minutes, what can one say about what they face in America when they arrive in America? Families arriving in America with nothing. They work in fields and factories, in nail salons, in garment shops, laboring during day and studying English at night while carrying with them the invisible weight of war, loss, and displacement. And yet they endure. But they didn't just endure. They built. That is you are. You built. You built little Saigons in Westminster, in San Jose, in San Francisco, Falls Church, Houston, Dallas, Oklahoma City, Atlanta. They raised churches and temples. They opened restaurant, markets, banks. They preserve our language and flags. They told our stories through museums, through literatures, and through films, documentaries, that which we make for our next generation. They became actors and news anchors, professors, astronauts, generals, judges, politicians. They became Americans, not despite of their refugees' identity, but because of it. So what can one say in 5 minutes about those who never made it? What can one say in 5 minutes about those who never made it. Those whose body rests beneath the oceans, waves, or in jungles as they try to cross into Cambodia and Thailand and Laos, in unmarked camps, cemetery that still exist among re-education camps in Vietnam, and those who never made it in other ways while in America, those who fell into homelessness, those who fell to addictions and to gang violence, struggling under the weight of trauma, poverty, and displacement. Remember, as we celebrate our achievement today, that they too are our story, our history. The struggle reminds us that survival takes many forms and that every journey was an act of endurance. Their absence, their not being here today, is the price for our present here today. So, before I finish this, I end this, may I ask all of you, we've been sitting for so long already, right? May I ask all of you to please stand up together with me for just a minute, please. Young, old, Vietnamese Americans, stand up, please. I ask you to take just one short moment. Take a look around yourself. Turn around. Look at each other's eyes, the one behind you, the one next to you, the one before you. And please reach out your hands. Please, do this, please. Reach out your hand to the person next to you. Please, shake each other's hand. Xin quý vị, hãy nhìn nhận nhau, quay mặt, bắt tay nhau. Trong cái cử chỉ giản đơn nhất á, hãy cảm nhận cái phép màu khi phi thường của sự tồn tại ở nhau. Lòng kiên cường và niềm hy vọng không bao giờ rút lui. So this simple gesture that I ask you to just do is to take an act whereby you can see and feel the extraordinary miracle of survival, of our resilience and our unyielding hope. Recognize that in the faces that are surrounding you carries with them a story that no time, no regime can erase. So 50 years later, we are no longer just Vietnamese refugees. We are Vietnamese American, rightful citizens of our adopted homeland, rooted in the rich and enduring cultural and historical heritage. We are the living testament that even after our homeland Vietnam is lost, the Republic of Vietnam is lost, a people's spirit can never be. So I ask myself as I conclude this, what can I say in 5 minutes about the history of the Vietnamese people and the Vietnamese American? For me, only this, that we remember. We are here so that we remember, that we honor. We are here so that we honor each other, and that we remember and honor in order so that we together can build ourselves, build our family, build our community. And together we carry this story into the next 50 years and beyond. Thank you.
Xin cảm ơn phần phát biểu vừa qua của tiến sĩ Alex Thái Võ. Kính thưa quý vị, Alex Thái Võ có nói với chúng ta vượt biển, vượt biên như thế nào trong 50 năm qua, và đó là một cuộc hành trình 50 năm, một nửa thế kỷ. Rất là nhiều người đã phải bỏ mình ngoài khơi, ngoài biển. Một người sống thì có 3 người chết. Và nhạc phẩm kế tiếp ngày hôm nay chúng tôi xin được gửi đến quý vị do các em của Thủy Vân Dance Company, Đêm chôn dầu vượt biển. Đây là một sáng tác của nhạc sĩ Châu Điền An. Những người vượt biển như cá nhân của chúng tôi đều biết, phải có thức ăn, phải có dầu thì cái tàu của chúng ta mới có thể lên đên trên sóng, trên biển trong vòng 5 cho tới 10 ngày. Và hơn 10 ngày thì chuyện gì sẽ xảy ra? Ngày hôm nay thể hiện qua nhạc phẩm Đêm chôn dầu vượt biển. Mời quý vị cùng theo dõi các em và thưởng thức nhạc phẩm này trên sân khấu. Một tràng pháo tay thật lớn cho Thủy Vân Dance Company.
biển anh chôn hết cả những gì của yêu thương. Anh chôn mối tình chúng mình, gửi lại đây trăm nhớ ngàn thương. Họ ơi, tạm biệt nước non. Họ ơi, tạm biệt nước non. Đêm nay đêm tối trời, anh bỏ quê hương ra đi trên chiếc thuyền hy vọng vượt trung dương. Em đâu có ngờ đêm buồn bỏ lại em trăm nhớ ngàn thương. Họ ơi, tạm biệt nước non. Họ ơi, tạm biệt nước non. Anh phải bỏ đi thắp lên ngọn lửa hy vọng. Anh phải bỏ đi để em còn sống. Anh phải rời xa mẹ Việt Nam đau đớn. Quê mình giờ đây em đang đợi chờ. Anh tạm rời xa nước non mình yêu kiêu. Phố phường thân yêu, người quen hàng xóm. Mong vượt biển đông mà lòng anh tan nát. Núi rạng mơ xa ôi ngọn núi ở quê hương. Đêm nay trên bản đồ có một thuyền ra đi, hiên ngang trên sóng gào, tự do đón chào. Xin chào tự do với nỗi niềm cay đắng. Nhìn lại bên bờ nước non mình mỏi mặn, khóc nghẹn ngào. Họ ơi, tạm biệt nước non. Họ ơi, tạm biệt nước non. Họ ơi, tạm biệt nước non. Họ ơi, tạm biệt nước
Cảm ơn Thủy Vân Dance Company. Thanks a lot to the Thủy Vân Dance Company. You did a wonderful job. Kính thưa quý vị, chúng tôi xin được giới thiệu kế tiếp bà Đặng Kim Trang. Bà là Chủ tịch Cộng đồng Người Việt tại thành phố San Diego và cũng là cố vấn Câu lạc bộ Hùng Sử Việt tại San Diego và cũng là Chủ tịch Nhà văn hóa Việt Nam. Và sau đây là phần phát biểu của bà Đặng Kim Trang.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Đặng Kim Trang is the president of the Vietnamese community of San Diego and a dedicated community organizer. She advocates for cultural preservation, civic participation, and intergenerational leadership among Vietnamese Americans. Again, Ms. Kim Đặng.
Thank you. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, veterans, friends, and fellow members of the Vietnamese American community. It's a profound honor to stand before you today aboard the historic USS Midway, the very ship that carried out one of the most heroic rescue missions in modern history. 50 years ago, this month, as Saigon fell, this vessel, manned by the courageous captain, crew, and support team, became a symbol of hope. Through Operation Frequent Wind, the U.S. Midway helped evacuate more than 3,000 men, women, and children, bringing them from the chaos of war to the shore of freedom. On behalf of the Vietnamese community of San Diego, I ask you now to join me in a moment of heartfelt applause in honor, thank you, of the brave men and women of the United States Armed Forces, the Allied Forces, and especially the heroes who serve on this ship. Your actions change lives. You saved families. You gave us the chance to begin again. April 30th, 1975 marked a tragic day, the fall of the Republic of Vietnam. It was the day thousands were forced to flee, leaving behind everything they knew and loved, with nothing but uncertainty ahead. Many were separated from family. Many never made it out. More than 500,000 Vietnamese lives were lost at sea or in the jungle, trying to escape, trying to survive. We also remember the countless political prisoners who were endured and still endure suffering in re-education camps for daring to dream of freedoms. Yet today, April 27, 2025, we gather not only mourning, but in celebration. We celebrate the resilience and achievement of the Vietnamese American community over the past 50 years. We built new lives in unfamiliar lands. We embraced freedom and we gave back. From entrepreneurs to scientists, educators to engineers, military officers to elected officers, our community has not survived. We are thrived. We've raised children who now lead in their fields. We've seen trailblazers like Amanda Nguyen, the first Vietnamese American woman in space, remind us that no dream is too big. And all of this was made possible because this country opened its arms to us, and because brave service members like those who stood on this deck refused to leave us behind. To the United States government and to the American people, we say thank you. Thank you for your compassion. Thank you for your generosity. Thank you for believing in us. To the 58
2,220 American service members who lost their lives in the Vietnam War, we will never forget your sacrifice. To the soldiers of the Republic of Vietnam and the civilians who gave everything for our homeland's freedom, we honor you. And to every veteran and rescuer here today, your legacy lives on in every Vietnamese American success story. And as we gather here on the deck of this great ship, let us also remember the yellow flag with 3 red stripes. Look up there. The flag of the Republic of Vietnam. This flag remains a symbol of freedom, democracy, and the enduring spirit of the people who never giving up hope. This flag is also a symbol of sacrifice, of the steadfast fight for freedom, of the soldiers of the Republic of Vietnam and allies. My fellow Vietnamese American, let us remember why we left. We left to protect our families, to give our children a future, to preserve our values, faith, dignity, human rights, and freedom. Have you made the most of this gift of freedom? Are we proud of what we built in the past 50 years? Yes, we are, and we should be. We must also look forward. We must continue to work. We must remain united, because strength lies in unity. Together, let us carry forward the dreams of those who came before us and build a future worthy of their sacrifice. From the bottom of my heart, and on behalf of the Vietnamese community, I offer a sincerest gratitude to this nation, to its hero, and to all of you here today. Thank you for your sincerity. Thank you for your friendship. Thank you for standing with us. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Fatboy escaped Vietnam by boat in 1975 and became a prominent leader in the Vietnamese American community. Elected to Garden Grove City Council in 2014, he's now president and CEO of Net Result LLC, specializing in software solutions for government and corporations.
Và chúng tôi xin được giới thiệu tiếp ông Bùi Phát. Ông là cựu phó thị trưởng của thành phố Garden Grove và hiện nay là chủ tịch Cộng đồng Người Việt Quốc gia miền Nam California. Một tràng pháo tay dành cho ông Bùi Phát.
Good afternoon. The Vietnamese American Federation, thank you the USS Midway Museum for your effort to organize the 50th anniversary of the Operation Frequent Wind. Thousands of Vietnamese Americans from all walks of lives are here today to pay tribute to the men and women who have fought to defend freedom, and to the men and women who have helped us escaping atrocity of the brutal Viet Cong. Let's be clear, Vietnam War is a just war of the noble people of South Vietnam, of the USA and its allies to defend freedom from the brutality of the communists. During Black April 50 years ago, the Operation Frequent Wind, under the leadership of Captain Lawrence Chambers, rescued some 6,000 Vietnamese as Saigon fell into the communist army. And in the decade that followed, more than 1 million Vietnamese dared the cruel sea to escape in small boats. More than half perished under the sea. In our 4,000 years of history, never, even in the gravest circumstance, never had we leave our homeland. This is the precedent. And the Vietnamese are grateful people. We always cherish in our heart those who fought with us to defend freedom. We are forever indebted to theirs and their family sacrifice. Today, as chairman of the Vietnamese American Federation of Southern California, I would like to thank you, the veterans of the U.S. Armed Force and its allies, and also and especially to the Republic of Vietnam Armed Forces, of which more than 100,000 officers unjustly imprisoned in hard labor camps, many for as long as 20 years. Like Americans, Vietnamese are patriotic, resilient, grateful, and compassionate. We thank you, the American people, for receiving us with open arms and helping us rebuilding our life in this beautiful land. Not only have we survived the atrocity of the war, the gruesome sea, the horrors of the pirates, we have endured and excelled, and we have made significant contribution to this country and have given back to society. Tens of thousands of Vietnamese have enlisted in the U.S. Armed Force. Few have risen to the general rank, while others became scientists, doctors, engineers, and successful entrepreneurs. From humble workers to billionaires, we are giving back to this great land of the free. Black Aprils always bring back our sufferings. Why we have lost South Vietnam? History will attest that we have fought valiantly to defend our freedom. In April 1975, 5 generals and countless soldiers took their own lives rather than surrender to the communists. And after 50 years, the spirit of the veterans of South Vietnam continue to live on, and they continue to fight for good causes. And they are here today, more than a few hundred, with us on this deck of the USS Midway. The history also shows that wherever the Vietnamese people have freedom, the flag that represents the Vietnamese community is always the yellow flag of the Republic of South Vietnam. And we are longing to a day that flag will again fly in every corner of Vietnam. That day, all Vietnamese will have freedom, liberties, and justice. And we, Vietnamese Americans, cherish them here in this great land of the United States of America. Thank you very much, and may God bless America.
Xin cảm ơn ông Bùi Phát. Và kính thưa quý vị, trở lại với chương trình ngày hôm nay, ban hợp xướng Ngàn Khơi xin được gửi đến quý vị nhạc phẩm America the Beautiful. Một tràng pháo tay thật lớn cho ban hợp xướng Ngàn Khơi. tuyệt vời. Kính thưa quý vị, đó là ban hợp xướng Ngàn Khơi. Và ngày hôm nay chúng tôi cũng rất vinh dự được giới thiệu đến quý vị chánh án Nguyễn Trọng Nho. Ông là một chánh án thực thụ từ năm 2000 và hiện nay thì ông đã về hưu. Tuy nhiên, những công việc của ông đã làm và đang làm cho cộng đồng người Việt của chúng ta ở khắp mọi nơi, làm cho cá nhân của chúng tôi rất quý mộ và ngưỡng mộ. Ông, ngày hôm nay ông cũng xin được có mặt. Ông sẽ gửi đến quý vị phần phát biểu sau đây. Một tràng vỗ tay dành cho chánh án Nguyễn Trọng Nho.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First, thank you very much for your kind introduction. But before I begin, may I join with previous speakers and the entire community to express our deepest thanks to Rear Admiral Lawrence Chambers and his crew of the mighty USS Midway for having saved thousands of Vietnamese refugees and brought them to safety on April 30th, 1975. We all are indebted to you and your crew, all the Marines, the sailors, pilots who patiently, courageously, kindly, and continuously ferry Vietnamese refugees to safety on that day. We salute you. We shall never forget. Today, we come together to reflect on April 30th, 1975, not simply as a day of loss, but as a turning point that forged one of the most resilient and inspiring communities in contemporary history. For those of us who lived through the war, South Vietnam was not just a country. It was a way of life, a society shaped by kindness, justice, and the principles of peaceful order. Ours was a nation built on harmony between individuality and society. A land where respect for human dignity endured through centuries of trials. And despite countless struggles, including thousands of years of external threats, our people remain strong, never allowing their spirit to be crushed. As you mark this moment in history, you must never forget the valor of the American soldiers and South Vietnamese soldiers who fought side by side, staring death in the face, standing shoulder to shoulder with South Vietnamese people in defense of liberty of the Republic of Vietnam. Their sacrifices were immense, their heroism undeniable, and their dedication to justice deserved eternal remembrance. But today, we also celebrate the extraordinary journey of Vietnamese American community, a journey marked not just by survival, but by remarkable achievements. In the past 50 years, we have not merely rebuilt our lives, we have thrived. Thanks to the support, kindness, and boundless generosity of the American people, what began as an exodus in search of hope and freedom has turned into a story of triumph, where hard work and determination propelled our community forward, transforming challenges into opportunities. At the heart of this progress are the unsung heroes, those who never sought recognition, but whose sacrifices made everything possible. The seamstresses, among many others, who worked tirelessly through the night to provide for their families. The mothers who carry entire household, ensuring their children having an education and a future. The fathers who, despite unimaginable hardship, never lost sight of their role in shaping the next generation. These individuals, through sheer endurance and unwavering determination, build the foundation on which we all stand today. And look for how far we have come. From adversity emerged scholars, entrepreneurs, scientists, judges, generals, and leaders in every field. Our community has enriched America through hard work, ingenuity, and an unshakable commitment to excellence. We have not only preserved our heritage, but have woven it into the fabric of this great nation. As you commemorate this day of April 30th, let it not be a reflection on the past alone, but also a celebration of the future we have built. Let us honor those who sacrificed, not through sorrow, but through pride. Pride in what they endure, and pride in what we have become. Freedom is never a free gift. It is earned, safeguarded, and passed down through generation. Today, as we stand together, we reaffirm our commitment to preserving that legacy of resilience, of courage, and of hope. To conclude, please allow me to share with you a poem by an unknown poet, inscribed in the Book of Poems at the Library of Congress, to honor our veterans who answered the call of duty to defend the country throughout the history of the United States. And the poem is as follows. What we share in this country is a gift beyond measure. If those who protect it, our truest treasure. May God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you so much, Judge Nya. And you're still here. Wow, you are so dễ thương. Are we ready for some music? Yes? Better than that, are we ready for some Teresa Mai music? Let's bring her back up to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Teresa Mai.
Thank you for quite the introduction. Thank you, everybody, for staying still. This last song that I want to sing for all of you, this song is dedicated to our heroes. This is You'll Never Walk Alone. When you walk through a storm, hold your head up high and don't be afraid of the dark. At the end of a storm, there's a golden sky and a sweet silver song of a lark. Walk on through the wind, walk on through the rain, though your dreams be tossed and blown. Walk on, with hope in your heart hold your head up high.
And don't be afraid of the dark. At the end of the storm,
There's a golden sky.
and the sweet silver song of the
Walk on through the wind, walk on through the rain, though your dreams be tossed and blown. Walk on, with hope in your heart, and you never walk alone. You never walk alone. Walk on through the red, walk on through the rain, though your dreams be tossed and blown. Walk on, with hope in your heart, and you'll never walk alone. You'll never You'll never walk alone. You'll never walk alone. You'll never walk alone. You'll never walk alone. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Wow, what a wonderful voice, Teresa Mai. And the next performers is also have a very strong and opera voice. Xin quý vị cùng với chúng tôi chào đón sự trở lại của tiếng hát Phạm Hà qua nhạc phẩm The Impossible Dream. Một tràng pháo tay thật lớn cho ca sĩ Phạm Hòa. Kính thưa quý vị.
To dream the impossible dream, to fight the unbeatable foe, to bear with unbearable sorrow, to run where the brave dare not go, to right the unrightable wrong, and to love pure and chaste from afar, to try when your arms are too weary, to reach the unreachable star. This is my quest to follow the star, no matter how hopeless, no matter how far, and to fight for the right without question opposed, to be willing to march into hell for heavenly cause. And I know if I only be true to this glorious quest, that my heart will lie peaceful and calm till I lay to my rest, and the world will be better for this, that one man scorned and covered with scars, till he strove with his last ounce of courage to reach the unreachable, the unreachable, the unreachable star. I've only dreamed the impossible dream, and next time I'll reach the unreachable star.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Okay, before we continue with the program, we do have special announcements for some, just some, of the buses going back to Orange County. Ms. Thuha, why don't you let everyone know?
Dạ vâng, kính thưa các cô chú bác, bây giờ tất cả quý vị ở xe bus số 8, xe bus số 8 đang có ở dưới bãi đổ để đón quý vị. Tất cả quý hành khách ở xe bus số 8 xin hãy xuống bãi đổ. Và kế tiếp là quý vị mà đi xe bus số 7 và số 11 xin hãy chuẩn bị di chuyển. Xe bus số 7 và số 11 xin hãy chuẩn bị di chuyển. Còn số 8 xe bus đã vô rồi. Tất cả hành khách của xe bus số 8 phải xuống xe bây giờ. Nếu mà quý vị mà không xuống kịp á, xe bus sẽ đi á, là quý vị sẽ tự kiếm di chuyển để về lại Orange County nha. First of all, for all the passenger bus number 8, please come down. The bus is waiting for you. First call. Tất cả hành khách của xe bus số 7 và số 11 xin chuẩn bị di chuyển xuống luôn. For all the passenger bus number 7, number 11 is ready to pick you up as well. Bây giờ xin quý vị hãy di chuyển xuống. Còn ban tổ chức sẽ từ từ thông báo các xe bus khác. Nhưng mà hiện tại xe bus số 8, số 7 và số 11 đang ở bãi đổ để đón quý vị.
Okay. Thank you Thuha. Wow. Quý vị ơi, bây giờ mình tưởng tượng bây giờ mình có một tô phở chắc đã lắm ha. Yes. Okay, từ từ. Alright. And kế tiếp Lina xin giới thiệu luật sư Lauren Vuong từ San Francisco. I'd like to introduce to you Attorney Lauren Vuong. She's a former Vietnamese refugee and documentary subject of Finding the Virgo. She has dedicated her life to honoring the sacrifices of boat people and advocating for human rights and refugee communities worldwide. Please give a warm welcome to Ms. Lauren Vuong.
One night, the ocean gets mean. At first, the boat rises and falls. Each time, I feel as though my stomach has traveled up to my throat, only to drop again without warning into my bowels. My brother and I throw up again, and vomit covers both our chests. My little sister's body shakes silently next to me. Her fear is palpable, and it seeps through me like osmosis. Hot tears sting my eyes too, but I fight them back. Mommy said, if they find you, if you cry, they will find us and they will shoot your ba. I don't want them to shoot my ba, so I won't cry. I promise I won't make a single sound. I pray for the storms to stop, but the waves keep coming. When I look up at the sky, I only see dark, walls and walls of dark. The boat lists and tosses. At times, it feels as if we're upside down. Suddenly, we are engulfed in water, and panic grips me. I feel everything release. I'm so ashamed. Urine, feces, vomit. We are a stew of human excrement. Please, God, if I die, please let me die with dignity, wearing clean clothes, freshly bathed. Please don't let me die like this, hungry, filthy, terrified. I lose track of the days. Days and nights are all the same, dark and full of water. Water from the ocean, water from the sky. I will drown in water I cannot drink. Days no longer matter. I measure the passage of time between sips of water. I don't remember the last time we ate. I can only think of things relative to degrees of thirst and hunger. First, hunger was just a nebulous shadow. It lurks in a corner. As the shadow creeps closer, it takes on a more definitive shape. One night, it is a rope, dark and twisting, winding its way around all my organs. It tightens and squeezes like a boa constrictor around an almost dead victim. I am flat and empty. I have no more strength, nothing left to try. I will close my eyes now. Maybe sleep will come and I can dream of food. Maybe someone will take pity and give me a sip of water. I see Mommy's eyes looking at me, and I try so hard to tell her, please don't worry, I'm just closing my eyes, just for a little while. Those are the memories that I have of being a 7-year-old child, confined to the cargo hold of a tiny wooden fishing boat escaping Vietnam. We were not so fortunate enough to leave with our compatriots in 1975. After 10 days lost at sea, we were out of food, water, and fuel. Death seemed almost a minute away. During that time, 120 ships passed us. None stopped. On that 10th day, in the last waning hours of hope, a ship called the LNG Virgo spotted us, and the captain ordered our rescue. I didn't speak English, but I vowed that one day I would find him and the Virgo's crew so that my parents can have their lifelong dream of saying 2 simple words: thank you. My search took 31 years and culminated in the documentary Finding the Virgo. Please see on the screen. I started looking for the captain of this liquefied natural gas carrier that rescued my family from the South China Sea in 1980.
We found no food. If I remember right, the water was down to almost nothing.
The Vietnamese who were lucky enough to leave with those American vessels can only forecast the dark years to come for those of us left behind.
We were on the ocean for 10 days. Many ships went by, and we tried to flag, we tried to put the fire on just to get their attention so they can help us. But no help.
The buckets that were passed around to catch vomit didn't quite make it in time all the time. I think we all tried, but we were confined to the pit and the merciless tossing of the boat.
When Kenny and I come up to the main deck, we were nauseated.
Our lives would have ended there within days on the ocean in the darkness of storms, hunger, and desperation. We would have been like a million other boat refugees who never made it to shore. Their voices were extinguished forever.
2007, with the help of the internet and a really good researcher, we found George Overstreet. I left this message and I said, Captain Overstreet, my name is Lauren Vu. I think you were the captain who saved our lives in 1980. I just wanted to call and tell you that I've been looking for you. And I want to thank you. At last. At last.
At last.
Thank you.
I don't consider myself, a hero. I think what the people on those boats went through, I think you people are the heroes.
Và đó là những hình ảnh của cuộc hành trình vượt biên tìm tự do. Thưa quý vị, trước khi gửi đến quý vị tiếp một cái tiếp, chúng tôi được ban tổ chức cho hay nếu quý vị cần lên xe bus để về đường Chapman và Procus, xin ra phía bên tay trái của chúng tôi, xe bus đang chờ quý vị. Thưa quý vị, khi mà nói về hành trình tìm tự do thì có biết bao nhiêu người đã phải bỏ thay nơi cửa biển. Và khi mà các em cùng với gia đình định cư tại một nước thứ ba, thì cuộc hành trình đó đã làm cho các em rất hãnh diện là người Việt Nam. Với nhạc phẩm kế tiếp, I Say Gold, mời quý vị cùng với chúng tôi cùng trở lại với Thiên Ân Performing Arts, đoàn trống Thiên Ân. Một tràng pháo tay thật lớn cho các em với nhạc phẩm I Say Gold.
Việt Nam, Việt Nam. Ôi, những cánh chim nhỏ bé đáng thương. Chủ nghĩa cộng sản man dợ hoang tưởng đã dùng bom đạn để hủy diệt mọi tổ ấm. Sự trả thù khủng khiếp đã xô em ra biển. Tự do đã rộng mở vòng tay, chắp thêm cho em đôi cánh. Hỡi đàn chim Việt mến yêu, hãy bay vút lên thật cao. Trên kia một khung trời tự do tươi sáng. walking through the streets. Sometimes the strangers in my town wait till April and I meet, wear my silken shirts and gowns. Karaoke I sing, balance my life within. When I say I love to follow eastern winds, you think yellow, I say gold. It's the color of my real skin. I am young, but I am told that my history flows within. You think yellow, I say gold. Feel the currents of Red River through my soul. You think yellow, I say gold. Draw my thoughts in Vietnam ink on my paper made of rice. I am shy in the begin when a boy gives me the eye. Karaoke I sing, balance my life within. When I say I love to follow eastern winds, you think yellow, I say gold. It's the color of my real skin. I am young, but I am told that my history flows within. You think yellow, I say gold. Feel the currents of Red River through my soul. You think yellow, I say gold. Oh, Red River, take me home. Feel the current through my soul. You think yellow, I say gold. It's the color of my real skin. I am young, but I am told that my history flows within. You think yellow, I say gold. Feel the currents of Red River through my soul. You think yellow, you think yellow, I say gold. It's the color of my real skin. I am young, but I am told that my history flows within. You think yellow, I say gold. Feel the currents of Red River through my soul.
Amazing, one more time. Thank you mấy em đoàn trống Thiên Ân. Talented and also rất là dễ thương luôn. Okay. Now I have the pleasure of introducing another young talent in our Vietnamese community. Thi Lu is a lawyer specializing in civil litigation and immigration law. But today, he is here on behalf of the Vietnamese American Youth Alliance, also known as VIA. Very interested in his work because he is bridging the gap between the young and the old. Ladies and gentlemen, Thi Lu.
Very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Thi Lu. Xin chào quý vị. I'm honored to be here today on behalf of the Vietnamese American Youth Alliance, or VIA, as we mark the 50th anniversary of the fall of Saigon and Operation Frequent Wind. At VIA, we act as the bridge between generations, the link between the sacrifices of our elders and the hopes of our youth, a living connection that keeps our stories alive and our culture strong. Today, we honor the courage of our elders, my elders, who fled their homeland with little more than faith, fear, and a fierce will to survive. Their sacrifices laid the foundation for the Vietnamese American story. And I am one of those stories. I came to this country as an immigrant, just 2 years old, carried by my parents on a small boat across dangerous waters. We left years after the fall, but the risks were just as real. Growing up, I heard stories of patrol boats scouring the seas, of families hidden beneath false floors, of narrow escapes into the night. These stories, they shaped me. And they remind me of why I stand here today. I joined VIA because I wanted to be a plank on this bridge, to take the stories of my parents, my community, and ensure that they are carried forward by the next generation. And we will honor that future. Not just remembrance, but with action. Every year at our San Diego Thet Festival, I see this bridge come to life. It's incredible to watch as the older Vietnamese community leaders, many of whom tirelessly volunteer to run the festival, come together with over 300 high school volunteers from all across San Diego County. One generation teaching, the other learning, both building. A space where our children walk with our elders together and carry our culture forward. A space that is uniquely ours. This 50th anniversary is a milestone, but also a reminder. Many of our elders who lived this history, they won't be with us for the 60th or the 70th. The responsibility to carry their legacy, it falls to us. And so to our elders who remain here with us today, who have sacrificed so much, I humbly ask for your permission to allow VIA to continue to act as the bridge between generations. Thank you.
Xin cảm ơn luật sư Trí Lưu. Và quý vị đi xe bus số 10 và số 14 xin theo cô Thu Hà ở phía bên trái của chúng tôi. Và để trở lại với chương trình, chúng tôi xin được giới thiệu một nhóm đặc biệt văn nghệ truyền thống Lạc Hồng. Kính thưa quý vị, văn nghệ truyền thống Lạc Hồng đã được phần giảng dạy cũng như là truyền những cái văn hóa Việt từ hai giáo sư Châu Nguyễn và Mai Nguyễn kể từ năm 1998 cho tới nay. Mà nhóm nghệ thuật biểu diễn Lạc Hồng là một tổ chức phi lợi nhuận và chuyên trình diễn những nhạc cụ cũng như nhạc thanh truyền thống của Việt Nam. Và họ đã đi khắp đất nước để giới thiệu nghệ thuật của mình cũng như là thông qua những buổi biểu diễn và hội thảo giáo dục. Trong chương trình ngày hôm nay, nhóm Lạc Hồng muốn nhấn mạnh rằng âm nhạc cũng mang lại tính phổ quát và cũng đã được tiếp cận cùng với tất cả mọi người, bất kể tuổi tác hay là phần trình diễn của các em học sinh cũng như là nhà giáo dục của nhóm Lạc Hồng một lần nữa sẽ biểu diễn những nhạc dụng cụ để bảo tồn văn hóa cũng như là phát triển và tái tạo nghệ thuật truyền thống của Việt Nam bên ngoài Việt Nam. Và để kết hợp một cách sống mới với tư cách là một người Mỹ gốc Á, và các em trong nhóm Lạc Hồng vẫn duy trì nguồn gốc văn hóa. Lạc Hồng Performing Arts Group was formed in 1988 by Professors Châu Nguyễn and Mai Nguyễn, right in the heart of Little Saigon, California. Lạc Hồng is a non-profit organization that specialized in the presentations of traditional Vietnamese instrumental and vocal music. And they have traveled all over the country to showcase our art through their performance and educational workshops. Lạc Hồng programs is also highlights the music is universal and should be accessible to all people regardless of age or the background. The Lạc Hồng students and educators at the Lạc Hồng Performing Arts Group hope to preserve, develop, and reinvent the very traditional Vietnamese and Vietnam music, blending in the new way of life of Asian Americans while they are maintaining the cultural roots. Thưa quý vị, ngày hôm nay chúng ta thấy các em trong nhóm Lạc Hồng phải chuẩn bị những cái nhạc cụ truyền thống từ đàn tranh, đàn bầu, đàn sáo, đàn nhị. Và các em cũng mặc những quốc phục truyền thống, áo dài vàng để nói lên tinh thần của người Việt Nam ở hải ngoại vẫn luôn luôn gìn giữ truyền thống, những âm nhạc mà cha ông của chúng ta đã có từ bao nhiêu ngàn năm trước. Ngày hôm nay các em trong Lạc Hồng Performing Arts sẽ trình diễn với quý vị những nhạc phẩm quê hương, những nhạc phẩm mang đượm tính chất nguồn gốc dân Việt. Và các em cũng được sự đào tạo bởi hai thầy cô giáo, đó là thầy Châu Nguyễn và cô Mai Nguyễn, là những người đã đào tạo các em trong suốt gần 25 năm qua. Ngày hôm nay chúng ta sẽ nghe các em trình diễn những nhạc cụ mang theo truyền thống người Việt qua tiếng đàn tranh, qua tiếng đàn bầu, đàn nhị. Và đây là các em Lạc Hồng. Nếu mà quý vị nhìn trên sân khấu thì quý vị thấy các em sẽ đờn live, có nghĩa là các em sẽ phát ra từ cái máy thu thanh ở trên sân khấu chứ không có được thâu trước. Cho nên quý vị cùng với chúng tôi cho các em một vài phút để chuẩn bị trên sân khấu, để chuẩn bị lo âm thanh và bắt cái tiếng đờn của mình. Cô bé mà mặc áo màu đen đó, thưa quý vị, là tuy mà nhỏ con nhưng mà là người mà rất là có uy trong cái nhóm này, chuẩn bị đầy đủ cho các em, rồi lo lắng cho các em từ đầu cho tới cuối cái màn trình diễn của các em. Và các em trong cái bộ quốc phục áo dài vàng tuyệt đẹp. Rồi các con thử âm thanh. So for those of you who are not familiar with the music, the Vietnamese music instrument, we have the 16 string koto, and we have one string music, and also we call that đờn bầu. Đó, rồi có đờn nhị, two strings. Và chúng tôi có đờn tranh, thì đờn tranh quý vị thấy là nó có tới 16 giây. Vâng. Và các em đang thử đờn tranh, đờn bầu và tiếng guitar nữa thưa quý vị, để coi các em sẽ hòa âm cái nhạc phẩm kế tiếp như thế nào với một chút xíu giữa Tây và ta. Vâng, Tây là chúng ta có guitar, có một cây guitar và có tới 2 cây đờn tranh, đờn ta của chúng ta. Are we ready? We good. Okay. Một tràng pháo tay thật lớn cho các em của đoàn Lạc Hồng.
Lạc Hồng. Let's give him a big round of applause. Isn't that amazing? Cảm ơn mấy em. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, education is the cornerstone of all Vietnamese families. Education is what makes our future brighter. And now I want to introduce you to someone who has made a difference in the educational field. Dr. Stefan Bean is the superintendent of Orange County Schools with more than 25 years in education leadership. Born in Saigon, he overcame significant challenges as part of Operation Baby Lift, dedicating his career to supporting marginalized students. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Stefan Bean. Microphone, please.
Microphone. Oh, there we go. There we go. Thank you so much. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Other one. It keeps cutting in and out. Do you want me to switch? We're good? Okay. Well, it's been such a beautiful afternoon and a beautiful day, has it not? We have learned so much about how incredible the 50th anniversary of coming over from Vietnam to here. As was just announced, I'm the Orange County Superintendent of School. Let me share with you really quickly that I am only the 12th superintendent of Orange County and the very first Vietnamese superintendent. Thank you. But it didn't start today. It started 50 years ago for me. I was born in Saigon in 1971, and at the age of 2, I contracted polio. Polio left me paralyzed from the waist down. And as you know, in a war-torn country, there was not enough vaccines, polio vaccines, to be administered to every child. So I was skipped the vaccination, and I contracted polio. My parents, natural parents, abandoned me on the streets of Saigon, and an orphanage brought me in. And then in April 6, 1975, before Saigon was to fall, the United States military executed Operation Baby Lift. Operation Baby Lift included the Navy, the Marines. It included social services. It included many different government agencies to coordinate an effort to airlift Vietnamese refugees, orphans, to the United States to be adopted or placed in foster home. I was placed in foster home actually here in San Diego. I grew up here in San Diego. The Beans took me in. I remained in their home as a foster child for 5 years. 5 years later, they adopted me along with 10 other children. The Beans had over 150 orphans and foster youth come and go in their home, many with disabilities like me. And they chose to adopt 10 of us with those disabilities or who were abused. And I grew up learning to have the most compassion and love for the most vulnerable in our community. Those are the orphans, the foster youth. Those are the children who need a voice. And growing up in the United States under a new culture, only speaking Vietnamese, I had a very difficult time. But in 6th grade, I met a teacher, Donald Geisinger. Donald Geisinger said to me, Stefan, don't worry about the fact that you're in a wheelchair. Don't worry about the fact that you can't speak English very well, what I want you to do is give oral presentations this year. And I did. And that act alone helped me to learn English in a much more proficient way. It also helped me to hone in my communication skills so that one day I would be invited to Washington, D.C. to speak in front of 15,000 youths on behalf of the disabled. Thank you. And I did that at the age of 14 because I had a teacher that believed in me. I had a teacher that helped me as a Vietnamese orphan, then to be adopted, to overcome the challenges that I faced. Because of that, I got straight A's in high school. I went to USC on a full ride scholarship, got my master's degree, and now my doctorate degree. Thank you. And now I run the 4th largest county in California, where we serve over 450,000 students. And I do that with all humility, with honor, a privilege to be able to serve 450,000 students in the same way that my adopted mother served me. And that was to believe in every single child that we serve, to know that every single child has a strength to make a difference. And so I just wanted to come up here today just to say thank you to all of the servicemen. Thank you to all of the hard workers that brought this little Vietnamese orphan from Vietnam away from the war to become somebody to give back to our community. And I wanted to share that story with you today, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bean. Kính thưa quý vị, chúng tôi xin được giới thiệu quý vị tiết mục kế tiếp do các em của câu lạc bộ tình nghệ sĩ. Câu lạc bộ tình nghệ sĩ gồm có các em thiếu nhi tuổi rất nhỏ và các em trau dồi tiếng Việt qua những bài hát Việt Nam. Và ngày hôm nay cùng với chúng tôi các em xuất hiện để gửi đến quý vị một tiết mục đặc biệt, và cô xin được mời cháu Evelyn giới thiệu tiết mục kế tiếp của câu lạc bộ tình nghệ sĩ thiếu nhi.
Hello. Dạ con xin cảm ơn cô. Hello everyone. My name is Evelyn Menbo. First off, I, along with the Vietnamese Youth Talent Development Program, would like to thank the USS Midway, Dr. Pha Lê, and staff for inviting us to perform today. Thank you so much. Our nonprofit program, founded by Dr. Anthony Cao Minh Hung, not only motivates kids ages 5 through 18 to get involved with the community, it also strives to enhance the next generation's understanding of Vietnamese culture and language through music. Vietnam ơi is a song written by the late composer Anh Bằng and our founder, Dr. Anthony Cao Minh Hung. Vietnam ơi are also words spoken by our Vietnamese people throughout the 3 regions of Vietnam. A reminder to stand up for our freedom, these words are spoken with pride for our nation's traditions. You will also be proud to see our students wearing different Army uniforms to honor the Army of the Republic of Vietnam. Kính thưa quý ông bà, cô chú, Việt Nam ơi, một sáng tác của cố nhạc sĩ Anh Bằng và thầy Cao Minh Hung. Việt Nam ơi, cũng là lời kêu gọi người dân của 3 miền đất nước Việt Nam. Hãy nhìn lại và tự hào về truyền thống hào hùng của dân tộc. Quý ông bà, cô chú cũng sẽ rất hãnh diện khi nhìn thấy hình ảnh các em thiếu nhi trong những bộ quân phục của quân lực Việt Nam Cộng Hòa. Sau đây, kính mời quý ông bà, cô chú cùng thưởng thức bài múa Việt Nam ơi do nhóm múa của các bạn đến từ thiếu nhi câu lạc bộ tình nghệ sĩ. Performing Việt Nam ơi, please welcome to the stage our dancers from the Vietnamese Youth Talent Development Program.
Việt Nam tổ quốc oai nghiêm, Việt Nam sông núi linh thiêng, Việt Nam ơi, 4.000 năm lịch sử hào hùng, khắp làng quê thôn xóm một lòng trong ngoài sân. Việt Nam tổ quốc uy linh, Việt Nam sông núi trăm anh, Việt Nam ơi, tiếng mẹ reo gọi bé vào lòng, tiếng toàn dân gọi những người hùng quyết lên đường. Hà Nội ơi, Thăng Long tiêu hùng có ngựa quang trung trong chiến oai hùng. Quê ta ơi, sông Hương núi Hương mảnh đất thần kinh văn hiến muôn đời. Sài Gòn ơi, phố đẹp người đông lớn như dòng sông mãi em thèm hò. Việt Nam ơi, Việt Nam tổ quốc oai nghiêm, Việt Nam sông núi linh thiêng, Việt Nam ơi, 4.000 năm lịch sử hào hùng, khắp làng quê thôn xóm một lòng trong ngoài sân.
Việt Nam tổ quốc uy linh, Việt Nam sông núi trăm anh, Việt Nam ơi, tiếng mẹ reo gọi bé vào lòng, tiếng toàn dân gọi những người hùng quyết lên đường.
Hà Nội ơi, Thăng Long tiêu hùng có ngựa quang trung trong chiến oai hùng. Quê ta ơi, sông Hương núi Hương mảnh đất thần kinh văn hiến muôn đời. Sài Gòn ơi, phố đẹp người đông lớn như dòng sông mà em thấy mong. Việt Nam ơi, Việt Nam ơi, Việt Nam ơi.
Việt Nam tổ quốc oai nghiêm, Việt Nam sông núi linh thiêng, Việt Nam ơi, 4.000 năm lịch sử hào hùng, khắp làng quê thôn xóm một lòng trong ngoài sân.
Việt Nam tổ quốc uy linh, Việt Nam sông núi trăm anh, Việt Nam ơi, tiếng mẹ reo gọi bé vào lòng, tiếng toàn dân gọi những người hùng quyết lên đường. Hà Nội ơi, Thăng Long tiêu hùng có ngựa quang trung trong chiến oai hùng. Quê ta ơi, sông Hương núi Hương mảnh đất thần kinh văn hiến muôn đời. Sài Gòn ơi, phố đẹp người đông lớn như dòng sông mà em thấy mong. Việt Nam ơi, Việt Nam ơi, Việt Nam ơi, Việt Nam ơi.
Và đó là phần trình bày của các em câu lạc bộ tình nghệ sĩ. Cô Dự Quyên muốn các em ở lại sân khấu. Can you guys stay on the stage and then step up in the back? We're gonna need you for the last number. Okay. Với cái tiết mục cuối cùng để gửi đến quý vị ngày hôm nay thì chúng tôi sẽ có các em câu lạc bộ tình nghệ sĩ cũng như là các anh chị trong ca đoàn Ngàn Khơi, ban hợp xướng Ngàn Khơi sẽ lên với chúng ta. Tuy nhiên thì trước khi chia tay, chúng tôi sẽ được mời bác sĩ Pha Lê cũng như là trưởng ban tổ chức ngày hôm nay là anh Châu Thụy lên sân khấu có vài lời. Xin được mời ban hợp xướng Ngàn Khơi, xin được mời anh Pha Lê.
Check. Cảm ơn chị. Thank you to all of our amazing performers and inspiring our MCs and our inspiring speakers. Thank you to our audience for staying for such a long program. Thank you to the USS Midway Museum. Thank you to all our volunteers from the Vietnamese community and the USS Midway Museum. As you leave here, I hope you will carry in your heart our stories of service, sacrifice, resilience, and hope. I also hope that you forgive any of our missteps, including running 30 minutes late. Please accept my gratitude for being here to commemorate this occasion with us. You are in our hearts forever. Thank you. And now to close the program, we would like to sing a song with our choir.
Chúng tôi xin được mời quý vị đi xa bus số 2, số 3 và volunteers xin bước sang bên tay trái của chúng tôi và gặp cô Thu Hà. Xa bus số 2, số 3 và volunteers. So, come back with the next song, Việt Nam quê hương ngạo nghễ. Đây là một sáng tác của cố nhạc sĩ Trần Nguyễn Đức Quang sẽ gửi đến quý vị qua phần trình bày của các anh chị em trong ban hợp xướng Ngàn Khơi và các cháu thiếu nhi. Nếu mà sau khi các cháu thiếu nhi phía đứng đằng sau, chúng ta có thể cầm cờ và các chị có thể hát. Nếu mà quý vị khán giả có thuộc nhạc phẩm này xin được hát chung với chúng tôi ạ.
Thank you to all the performers. This concludes our program today. Xin cảm ơn quý vị. Bây giờ chương trình đã chấm dứt.